Hello, hello. Yes, Sinacamp, you're number one. Hey, you know what they say about the first people that always get into work, right? How's it going? How was your weekend? Haha. Oh, how's it been going? Did you have a nice Friday? Mm-mm-mm. I thought I'm going to start anyway because I wanted to have a look at the charts. I saw some very interesting things over the weekend, and we're going to ease our way in. Yeah, Friday was it was a bit weird. I didn't like the price action too much Friday. Mm, I made money in the morning and then I was very stupid. I did something really. I was like, that's this thing. Like you just have to stay away, and then I gave back a lot of my money on my funder, to be honest. So that was pretty awesome. So I didn't have, so that, when that happens, you have a shitty weekend in the sense of like, you really need to think like, what happened? Why did I do that? You make like 400 or 500 bucks, you close your charts and you should be done for the week. I did not. And, so that's the only, it's just less is more. It really is. And, you have to be happy with sometimes just 400 bucks. I mean, it's still a lot of money. Think about it. So, but anyway, no harm, no foul. I mean, it's all the, it's end of the year. You're sort of like tired a little bit. It's a lot of going on, a lot of going back like what happened, and it's been an awesome year. Don't get me wrong, but it's been a bit stressful with the water damage, electricity things going on. So then you get these little weird things. But hey, listen, we've got 2 more weeks to go with the holidays coming, and I was looking at the monthly, and I want to show you guys something that I noticed, and I would love to hear your analysis as well on that. What do you guys think? I passed an EVA on Friday, and I wanted shorts to hit full TP. Nice, congrats. Yeah, it was pretty awesome until the late afternoon. Like I said, the moment it hits the 20-30%, you should be very careful. And the moment it went up, it's sort of like it was very manipulative. So that was the TGIF move after 11. I think it was after 11. So I thought there would be one leg down. Yeah, I'm in South Africa. It's a beautiful day today, so I'm really happy. It's been really rainy and windy lately, so it is South Africa, and it's a nice sunny day. It's summer here, but we haven't had much summer lately. A lot of rain. Well, rain is part of summer, but not as much as we had, and not the wind and the storm and things like that. So it's been pretty crazy. That's why I have a lot of water damage in my kitchen, electricity trip because water got in the lights and stuff like that. So they need to fix the roof. It's going to be a lot of work, so it's going to be shitty. But anyway, not interesting. We're here to talk about charts. Let me go over the monthly, guys. I want to show you something that I noticed, and that will clarify my bias on the higher time frame. I don't know if you guys also check out the monthly sometimes, but I always do the mid of the month, beginning of the month, and so yeah, definitely it's worthwhile. I can tell you that it's beautiful, but you need to know where to go. I mean, there are some issues here and there, but you need to know where to go. But it's a beautiful country. We have a lot, we've got bush, beach, mountains. If you like cold, if you like hot, you can go anywhere. So I like the heat, but it wasn't really that hot lately. Okay, what do you guys see on the monthly? We have a down close candle now. We are in distribution to the downside, I believe. I think we created the wick here, and we are below the open of the previous month, as you can see, right? So I would think on the lower time frame, we should not be able to go back into this wick maybe until the next month or something. So I would think on the monthly that we would end somewhere in this large previous month wick, right? You see this one? There's a very large wick until here. We even have a little volume imbalance between these two. So I'm sort of like have this, I find this a very interesting area here. So between these 2 weeks, and it's also between the 1/3 and the 0.5. So I think on the lower time frame, we might find some more interesting PD arrays here. Now, obviously, I don't think if we're going to go straight down in one line, this is the monthly, so we go up to go down, we go up to go down, right? So a retracement on the higher time frame is a full market maker model on the lower time frame. So we still have movement to the upside, but in all honesty, I would prefer distribution move to the downside, looking at the higher time frame. Now let's go to the weekly quickly. Let me see if I have live chat. Otherwise, I miss Methor if he's here. Okay. I put on the NWOGs just to see where we at, but I'll switch them off if it doesn't give us any extra information for now. So we opened here. We have the opening is here, and we are above it right now. So we obviously are going most likely into this weekly wick. So to the up, to go down. That's what I think for today. Or today could be a NWOG ping pong day. So we'll see. We have news. I think. Let me check. I check it, and I forget it all the time. It's crazy. Let's quickly go to the daily. So the daily, we do have a little gap. Well, we don't have a gap here because we're creating the gap, I guess. We are in NWOG. Today might create a fair value gap, so we have to think about that. Like, where would it end, right? If it creates a fair value gap. So if we would create a high, let's say if we go to 0.5 from this wick, would it go here or maybe here even? So we're going to keep an eye on that. So we go up to go down. I believe it's not going to fill this whole, I think it's going to create a fair value gap on the daily. But hey, I'm not sure, obviously, but that will be just a guess. Okay. Then the 4 hour, we almost are back to our 4 hour. And we'll see what this 4 hour is going to do. It will tell us a lot. Okay, I'm going to leave it on the 4 hour for now. Am I interested in, yes, I want the NWOGs here though, because I just want to see what it's doing. I want them on. I need to see them properly. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, our 152 210 macro has started. So let's mark the, oh, we're near midnight. We know what that means, right? It might mean some chop. 150. Oh shit. That's not what I want. 150. You need to go here and 210. I'm gonna just watch what the macro is doing, and it will give us some information for later on. Okay, here we go. And I want to mark the first presented fair value gap between 130 and 2. Let's see if we can. It's a lot of. See, I don't like this price action already. Hi Casey, how are you doing? Yes, I trade New York session too. Correct. I'm going to do PM sessions mainly and skip the AM sessions. So I've been trying both, but for me, my favorites are currently the New York PM session, lunch PM, and London. But we'll see in the new year again. But I think I'm just going to close the year with just focusing on those two for now. Where are you from, Casey? Okay, let me just see. It's hard to find a good. I'm going to go in the 5 minutes to frame that properly. Like which fair value gap would be the most significant to use, right? Between 130 and I think this is a nice area to just highlight. I think this is because there's so many gaps there. I'm going to highlight the whole area because I think it might be significant. Yeah, see this is like a suspension block. You know what ICT said with the, hey, Arizona. Oh, you are very early or late. How can I put it? Did you just wake up or haven't you gone to bed yet? Okay, I'm going to mark this, the first presented. So this is the only first presented I have not automated because ICT said this 1:30 to 2 p.m. Eastern is only valid during London session to give you intel. So let's see if it does help us. So I'm just gonna, I have to write it down because my memory doesn't serve me. I guess I'm getting too old. 1:30 to PFT. Hey Bowser, how are you doing? Good, good, good. Hope you had a lovely weekend. Now let's see how that 5 minute looks on the one. Okay, so it's just okay, I think I like that because you see this area here is also sort of like it encapsulates this area as well, this here. I think this is, if I'm correct, is anyone familiar with the Reaper? I have to go back into that, but I think this might be similar, but I'm not sure. I'm going to look into the Reaper again. Bowser, do you know about the Reaper? You should know. I think you might know. Oh, strong coffee. That's good for me. I need that. The Reaper. Um, it was sort of like an entry. I really if I'm going to talk about it now, I might say some incorrect things. So let me just refrain for that, and I'll look into it and then get back to it. I think it might be a nice one to, especially with the holidays coming, to go over some specific. If you guys have specifics you want to go over, let me know. Yeah. Okay, now interesting to see at 2 a.m. It's 2 exactly, and we take out some liquidity. Now the question is, are we going to take out more, or is this the high for this macro? Let's see what the macro does. I'm always letting this macro just play out. And I think I like the my habit of just paper trading the first few trades in London. I'm going to keep doing that. Yeah, it saves me a lot from losing trades, I guess. Okay, we get a new 4-hour candle now. Let's see. What did we do? Did we open higher? Oh, we opened. That's interesting. Okay, that's interesting. So that's why I keep my N walks on the charts as well, because we opened just above the midpoint of the N walk. So this might be a continuation candle. Now, in all honesty, when I see this price action with all these gaps, I'm not too interested to anticipate because it just tells me that there's there might not be any continuation when I see this. So let me see. I have to check the news. Just want to see where it's London. Mm-mm. 15th of December already, isn't it crazy? Okay, this is what I thought. It wasn't, I don't think it is going to take out this high. It's just creating equal maybe, let's see. And it did take out this high. That's enough maybe for the 2 a.m. Now let's see what we get between 2:30 and 4. If it's going to create a low or high. Contract change. Is it contract change already? I'm on the continuous here, but that's a good one. Thank you, Casey. I'm going to look into that because we need to be aware. I do have other tabs with where I monitor different stats, and I need to if it's a contract change, it's important to. I guess it's time. CME. I want to see the data. Volume, open interest. Thank you. Let's see. We already higher. Okay, so the December still has higher volume. March, so we are about 760,000, and March has 88,000. Let's say 89,000. So I'm gonna keep. I'm just gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna continue on the December, but I'm sure this week we'll have to change. Thank you for reminding me. That's a good one. Okay, so we have to keep an eye on that. I, yeah, age contract, correct. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait, but I'm gonna really going to wait until the volume is higher on the H. So and then I'll make the change as well. But it doesn't matter on these because these are the continuous contract. But it's very good to keep an eye on. Yeah, you could, I would have forgotten if you wouldn't have mentioned it. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. Hey, Methor, how are you doing? Well, yes, I wish it. Well, no, I didn't wish it was 5,001, but yeah, 500 in 4 months exactly. So it's pretty awesome, right? Yeah, it's pretty. It's wow. Hey, DBT, how's it going? Yeah, and most important is how it's growing. It's just the way and the kind of people that are trickling in. And I actually made a video this weekend over about the trolls coming in slowly. It's part of growing, I guess. And I sort of like, you know what? And let me touch on the subject because it's important to already think about how you're going to, it's inevitable, right? I mean, you're going to get them. And I guess the more you grow, the more they will start trickling in. And until this part hasn't been too bad, but there has been a few little things. But then again, you know, it's not like if you're prepared, it doesn't really. I think most of the times they provide free entertainment, and you have to keep it that way. Hey, KC, good night. Have a nice, have a good sleep, dream well, and see you later today. Ciao. Okay. Okay, now let's see. I marked this whole area, because I couldn't see a proper, because there's so many gaps and little things. I'm like, okay, you know what? Let me just, I marked the 5 hour first presented fair value gap because it just somewhere it's this area here on the 5 because it's just all gaps and just nonsense. So I'm not interested. Yeah. So 2 a.m. makes the high. You know, when you see a high printed at 2, most of the times in this macro, what I noticed, it doesn't go any further. It just creates an equal high or relative equal. And especially being around midnight, I'm just not interested to anticipate. I think we might make baby, I call them baby 1 hour candles. You see here, like last week. Can you remember? Oh, we're already making baby 1 hours. Okay, you see. I always need to check the 1 hour. I'm always forgetting that. We're already making baby 1 hours. Yeah. They're making a lot of babies. Okay, let's see. We've got a 1 hour wick here. So now let's have a look at this N walk. I want to have a look what has happened in this N walk. What do we need? Do we need anything specific? Are we lacking something? It doesn't look like it, right? Sell side, buy side, sell side, sell side, buy 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 side. Are we balanced? It looks like it, but is this a balanced N walk? Let me just check. Sell side. Sell side. Buy side. Are we ready to go down from here? It looks like it. You know, on the monthly, I'm extremely bearish. Are they going to leave this gap open as a breakaway? Could be. We have one here as well. Let me see on the daily. Okay, this is more clear right now. Oh, no, we do lack some buy side here. You see that? Okay, on the daily it's more clear. Sell side, buy side, sell side. Okay, we might go up a little bit. Okay. Okay. We got 0.5 here. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm bearish higher time frame, but I think we need to go up a little bit to go down. So again, I'll point out the monthly. I just want to show you guys. We have a large monthly wick here. obviously we're at the midpoint of the month and we have a short, we've got Christmas coming, New Year, so I don't think there's like, it's going to finalize its objectives, and also we have contract change coming as well. So I do think we are going further down into this week, but it's not going to go down in a straight line, I presume. So it might go up to go down, might go up to go down. So a bearish higher time frame. So I'm looking for a higher time frame distribution moves. That's where my interest lies for these coming weeks for trading. Now you see the bodies are below the 50%, even from the 4 hour. It's not getting over they're not going over the midpoint of the N walk, right? You see that? So 2 a.m. made a high, it made an equal high, it didn't take out this liquidity. So we did not take Asia high yet. Asia high is still intact. You can see that this is Asia high. Now they're balancing out all these imbalances. So I like to see this because it's sort of like balancing out all these little imbalances, right? And we have a new N walk here that is formed today. Oh shit. Let me go back. This is 5 minutes, and I want you to go to the 1 hour. So you see what's happening now. If you look at the 1 hour, we've got Asia high here and Asia low here. So we're sort of like now ranging in Asia. And it's very hard for me as a distribution. I want to see a clear AMD. So this is just, like I said, I call them baby 1 hours, just making a lot of babies. And you guys know that if I see that, I'm not interested in anticipating, even though it might create some nice moves. But I'm just. We'll have a look at gold as well. So you see, we're just in a higher time frame consolidation area. For me, I would be more interested if we hit one of those levels. What the F? What's the F? Oh. I just have to double check if there's something moved here, and my cats are not here, so I'm just like, what the F is in my room? Uh-oh. Okay. Well. So for me, I'm going to wait. I think it might. So I'm interested in this area because this matches up with the first presented fair value gap of Friday's PM session. I'm on the 5 minute, but I'll show you on the 1 minute because it will be a different. But it's exactly above Asia high. So the only thing that we need to figure out was when is it time to move into that area, and if it hits it, it might be a nice short from there. But let me go to the 1. Because I like that the 2 a.m. just created an equal. So I'm like, okay, just collecting some intel for later. Now, where's the first presented? So here is the first presented. And look where just look to your right. When I go to the first presented, where does it matches? It matches exactly 50% of this wick. So I've got a nice point of interest now for our move to the upside once it starts moving, and I've got structure. This is a nice trade because it's the first presented of the PM session on the one, and it matches with 50% of the wick. So I like that. So let's wait. So that's going to be my trade. Either if I miss it, it's going to be a short from there. If it is reversing from there, but it might be a long and a short. So that's for me like a really, I can really frame that trade properly. It makes sense because I already said I want to be going into that wick. And now finding this PD array there. 2 p.m. has been created. It created an equal high, so that also tells you like, hey, it's ready to at some point to take Asia, but not yet. So we have to wait for that, and it might go a little bit lower. But I already have my London session trade, either a long or a short. If I miss the long, I'll have to wait for the short, and if I take the long, I'll have a long and maybe a short as well. So I'm willing to wait for a good entry on that. Anyone else has a method? Do you have what is your analysis? I'm going to check the 4 hour as well if that matches with those levels. Yeah, so you go into a 4 hour. So I think we're going to create a fair value gap, right, to reuse later on. So it might go even higher, to be honest. Let's see. Okay, no, it might not. It could be enough. Okay, no, I like the. I think I'm okay with the analysis. Hey, but hey, I'm always ready to adapt. Okay. What time? 1:30. 12. Now, previous day, the midpoint is all above here, so I'm wondering if it's going to go higher. Could be that we might go up here, and then we might have some consolidation in the top area of the end wall, because that could be possible too, right? So, for example, let's say we go to the midpoint of the 4 hour wick, and then we might make some more consolidation candles in the top area, because now we're working our way into the bottom area. Now I do see something very interesting on the 19th. Look at this. Oh, I like this. This is juicy here, this area here. Maybe we're going down first. Look at this area, 207.5. What's that on the 4 hour? Okay. We've got a wick to the downside as well, so maybe we're going to go this, that for a couple. Looks like it. I think we have to think short first, maybe. Yeah. 2. 6. Look at this, and this is exactly in the bottom of the N walk as well. I like this. We have a daily fair value gap below. We are right below the 4 hour, and we are below a 4 hour FUG, yes, and also H 4 hour wick below. So I guess it could be to ping pong. Exactly, yes. Yes, I thought I was thinking first long and then short, but look, hey, Meta, look at the 19-minute. You've got a flat bottom and a large wick here. So, and it looks like we are below that first presented fair value gap of the marked session here. And we also have another fair value gap. Look at, I've got this marked. Oh, look at that, guys. I really want to ask ICT this. I marked this. This is exactly the same fair value gap that I marked from Friday, the 1:30 to 2 a.m. Eastern. Hell, I'm going to delete them. Not. Look. You see this little area? This is lack of manipulation. So it means there will have to be a candle here, either a wick or a body coming through this. And this is settlement price. Look where that is exactly. That is Friday's first presented fair value gap of this session. I ain't going to delete them. ICT said they're only valid for new. I've seen it so many times now that I'm leaving them on. Look at this. It's exactly a point of interest for me because I was looking at this already. I'm like, okay, wow, this is interesting. I like this. And now we are below this one. I'm thinking of going short, to be honest. We're at 223. I think we're going to get a continuation now to the downside because we are below this first presented. We're below midnight. I don't think it's ready to go back up yet. I think we're going to have some lower. It created a 2 a.m. equals. What did I mark here? I marked something here. No text? Again, no text. Oh, I always do that. I mark it quickly. It's either a breaker or what is it? I don't know what it is. I'm going to delete it. If I have not marked it, I have to delete it. I cannot. It's a higher time frame. I think it's a 15-minute breaker or something. Where did I mark? Most likely an FUG or something. Higher time frame. Oh, anyway. Now, this is really a point of interest for me. A fair value gap with equal lows, equal highs below it. It's on the 15, but this is already maybe for later in the morning for New York. But this is a very interesting area now. I would love it for it to go down. Look, we've got some gaps here on the 15. We've got this here, and on the 90 minutes. This is a very strong algorithmic signature. It's one of, I mean, for me, it's one of my favorites. If I see this, I get very excited. Mether knows that. This is where I say I love large wicks, especially with this next to it. It's my favorite. That's why I'm always inclined. Okay, I'm going short. I know it might not be the time, but it's 2:30, so we could get a run, and then it finishes. It might finish the move at 350, 410, or maybe the 250, 310. Let's see. I wanna. Yeah, I don't even need to calculate this. I think we are within the OTE range as well. I mean, look, all those gaps, right? If you see all these gaps here, gap, 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 that means that it goes back and forth for a while, so that it could be just. But you don't want to be on the wrong side. I don't want to, but I think it's. I think it's worthwhile to take the risk. Where are we here? 0.5. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I'm going short. Here, TP will be. I'm gonna play it safe here. And stop loss is gonna be right above midnight here. I think I'm gonna take it on my account as well. I like it. OTE, we're already showing weakness. We are below the 50% of the N walk. We are below midnight. We are below the first presented of the 132. We have this area here. It's OTE level. Yes, I think they're going to leave the Asia high for later today. So I'm going to take the risk. I think I'm accepting the risk for now. I think it's okay. I can do that. 223. Yes, I think we're going to make the run. Yeah, here we go. 2503. Hey, and I'm using last week's, yeah, last Friday's. This is last Friday's 1:30 to 2 a.m. and first presented. I'm gonna leave them on, guys, because I'm gonna ask. I actually asked that question. ICT was going over them, and I made a comment below, and he answered it, and he says no, because I said, I thought you said that the one. I said, what's the significance of the first presented that has been created about midnight? And now there's a new one, but are they equally as? Can we equally consider them as heavy? And his response was like, well, the other ones that he's gone over, those you can use throughout the day, but the one that is formed between 1:30 to 2, that is only valuable for the London session. But if we would go here and we would really go up to here, I'm like, I don't know. Okay, let's see if I'm going to be, it's going to reverse on me. Could be. We could be in consolidation still. I'm okay with the risk. Okay, we're in this wick now. Oh, let's see on the 4 hour if that area matches up um, with a level of gradient. Let's see if that's, oh, 75. Nothing here. Okay, okay, okay. I have, might not be the time. Might not be the time to move. It might not be the time yet, to be honest. It's sort of like a little bit. I do see a wick here as well, like um, this one here. So let's see if it's going to reject that. I did it already here. So up. Let's see if it's now ready to go. If it's ready to go to this area here. Okay. I'm okay with the risk. If it's a losing trade, it's a losing trade. Now I said I would paper trade the first, and I'm not doing that. I'm actually going against my rules. Okay, well, caught myself there. But I guess I get very excited when I see this. Meta knows that. Okay, come on, baby. Just go. Just go. Move your ass to the downside. This is actually really a big fair value gap. I mean, this is the, is that the first presented of 6 o'clock? Let me just double check, guys, because that's huge. I want to check the 1 minute because what is this? Wow, that is a large. Okay, that's the end walk. Is it that large? Wow, this is the first presented as well. It's the end walk and it's the first presented. That is a large block. I'm gonna take it off the color because we have. I already know the end walk, so I'm gonna. It's too much on my chart. I'm gonna keep it in mind though, but I've got some confidences here anyway. Um, yeah, I don't need you because I already know you're overlapping with the. Yeah, so with the fact is over the first presented of the opening session overlaps with the end walk and it's such a big one. I'm not gonna put the whole blue box here because we already know there's a big one here. So we're just using the end walk instead of. You can mark. I think I'm gonna mark the 15-minute though. I think it's important to do that. Where is it? Okay, we don't have a 15-minute. We do this one here. This one. See, there's so many of these little gaps here. This one a little bit higher. I think it's. I'm gonna put it safe in case it makes it equal low. This area here. Hey, Dr. Gus, good morning to you. How are you doing? How's it going? I'm just looking at the structure. Two. We're gonna have 230s here now. Okay, let's see. Are we gonna go back up? Let's see if I should get out of my trade. Might be a little bit too early. 230. I wonder if we created a high Asia. Yeah, I think oil firm might be bullish for now, to be honest. The only thing I'm just wondering, are we going to create a lower low, or did we set the low at 230? And then we might go up into that wick and take out Asia high and into that and leave this for later. It's just, for me, just the time doesn't seem right to take this out at the moment. I don't know. Maybe I should get out. Let me wait a few more minutes. We got this wick here. Dang, we've got so many wicks here. Great, slow. We're in this wick here. We have this. Are we ready to go lower? Are we now? Because we got some structure here. Breaker, equal highs. On the 1 minute, I can see some AMD already. Simulation. Let's see if this is the manipulation distributed. It's very low time frame though, but let's see. I would love to see it go a little bit lower. Yeah, I'm still in, but I cannot. Yeah, I'd love to see it go here. Let's see, 203. 50 points to the downside before we go back up. Could you do that? Okay, let's. Still in. Yeah, it's funny. I'm also always excited when the new week starts. Is, oh, what does it have in store, right? And we're entering in the last few weeks as well. It's been quite a year, to be honest. Crazy markets, and we had some good price action. I mean, it wasn't too bad the last few months, but it's just been just. Sometimes you just need to wait a little bit longer, right, for that A+ setup. Learned a lot this year, I can tell you that. I really, I mean, it's always good to go over that, right? To go over like where was I a year back? I mean, sometimes it's hard to remember, but if you really think about like, oh my God, if you go back into your stats and like, and then actually you realize how much you know more now and you do differently. And you can see that if you journal, you can look at what you wrote down, for example, like, oh, but I didn't see that at that time. I wasn't aware of that little thing or something, right? It's so funny. That's always good to do at the end of the year. Just see, look at the positive things as well. I mean, you can be harsh on yourself if we do stupid things, but it's also good to look at the positives. And hey guys, I'm learning a lot being on YouTube as well, streaming, talking more over my trades. Thank you for that. Because of you guys. Yeah, so Dr. Guz, I think it's going to be exciting because I do think we're bearish on the higher time frame, but obviously we'll go up to go down. And we have quite some news this week. Today we have the Empire State Manufacturing Index, that's the orange folder. The rest is just yellow folder, but we have some FOMC members speaking only in the morning. So I'm happy that I'm doing the afternoon. And tomorrow in London session, we've got GBP claimant count change, red folder, average earning index at 2 a.m. And we have 4:30 as well for GBP flash manufacturing PMI. So we might get a nice volatile London session tomorrow morning as well. And then we also have a lot of New York news, red folder on Tuesday. ADP, average hourly earnings, core retail, non-farm. Non-farm on, oh, see, that was that news that was missing that Friday. Remember that I was like, that we are missing some news on Friday. That is that non-farm employment change. That is weird that they changed that to, but we also have like, oh, we also have manufacturing PMI tomorrow. Wow, it's a lot. That's a lot. Well, the trade seems to be working out okay. In the meantime, where's my TP? Okay, I need to see my TP. I have to put a magnet there, right? Always put a magnet there because they always work. But guys, oh, see what I'm doing? I'm doing this magnet instead of this magnet. But I don't know. I'm really curious about this. If it goes here, I really am going to ask ICT, like, listen, and I need to have examples because how is that? I mean, there is more to this first presented fair value gap. And it's not the first time that I'm seeing it because I've seen it a couple of times that I left it on by accident. For example, in Asia, it tapped into it and then you had to run all the way to the upside for the whole day, tapping into that first presented. Now, obviously, it is a first presented, so it's always a point of interest, right? But I guess we just have to test things out. That's something ICT told me. Just by showing that it's algorithmic, it really encourages me to look into these things and to investigate deeper. So I thank him for that. Okay, and Wednesday we have again. There's a lot of London news, guys. So we might have a lot of volatility in London as well. Wednesday, just a lot of FOMC members speaking again, and then Thursday, Thursday tentative CPI, a lot of red fall. It's gonna be exciting week, I think so, and especially if they're going to get the yearly objectives done. We have to just try to be on side with it. Then Monday, 22nd, no news. Then 23rd, we have ADP again, preliminary GDP, confidence, okay. And then the 24th is probably a short day. Is it 24th? Is it half a day or is it a full day? I don't think it's Christmas Eve, right? They have unemployment claims at 8:30. Is it a half day? It's 24th December. I thought the market always closed early, right? But they tend not to have news. Yeah, it's a half trading day. Nasdaq, they close at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. close. So, but there is news at 8:30. I mean, I can't remember seeing that. But maybe I haven't been paying attention. Okay, then 25th, holiday, and the 26th is only a bank holiday in the UK and in Europe. And I guess we are back in business. Oh. I might do something on Discord as well, maybe instead of on YouTube on the 26th. I don't know if it's wise to be in the charts on the 26th. Could do both, maybe. Okay, so the 29th. I'm just watching this. So it's trickling down. December 30th. Oh, a lot of news again. FOMC. Oh, minutes. It's the FOMC minutes. Okay. ADP again. And then the 31st, unemployment claims. I think 31st is half day as well, right? Yeah, it's a half day. Okay. A lot of news, guys. I mean, it's in between, but interesting. Interesting. Okay, make your way into the end wall. Come on, go, baby. Go, 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 go. Are you going to do the 350 macro is going to finalize the move most likely. So what I've been really trying to do lately is that instead of focusing only on the macros, is focusing on the 320 to 40 moves, because sometimes you have got the big part of the run already that does it before the macro, and then it just finalizes the move, either taking the liquidity during the 350 to the 50 to 10 macros. But the run, the most of the part is that slow move that lately has, what I've been seeing is that happens in the 20 to 40 run. So why I always mark this 150 to 210, it helps me navigate. Like, okay, if I see this, like for example, I see I call this a retest, right? I mark the 5 minute first presented, because the 1 minute was a little bit unclear to me, and it encapsulates this one, and then I see this happening, retest, and then we go lower, and we at 24 I saw we didn't even tap into this anymore, so I consider this a retest. And then I think, okay, you know, we're short, and actually this is sort of a confirmation. So I'm expecting then the move to go a little bit lower, but I still don't trust it, because I don't know if it's ready to finalize this move into this, but we are almost below this wick. So but we do have, as you can see here, a little volume imbalance, which could indicate that the move is done. And this is a 4 hour, and it's right, this is this one here. And even though it's a little bit more to the left, they are always referred back to algorithmically. So it could be a point where I actually should take profit, because it could be that it's enough for it to go back up, right? And it's because it's still in this larger wick as well. So let's see what happens. So I'm aware, I'm looking at it. That's why I always highlight them. It just keeps me like, okay, what's going to happen? Because we do have a macro coming, or in the macro right now. So let's have a look. So I know we're in this. I just want to see what happens when we touch. This might be the liquidity or the gap that it's seeking to balance out, right? Because it's nothing else. That's only what the market does. It balances out imbalances and seeks liquidity during the macro, if it spools towards it. So I'm aware of this little one here, and we're also in the midpoint of a wick, so I might have to take profit here, if that makes sense. I'm just going to watch it, either how it reacts in this area. Yeah. You see, I don't know if you guys also have noticed, when you're near a daily open or weekly open, you tend to always, it does not take it out. It goes back and forth a couple of times. So this is one of these, like, why? Well, in this case, you won't be surprised if it does it in this area, because there's a volume imbalance, a higher time frame volume imbalance here. So that's why you always see that. You always have to look, always be prepared, like, oh, there's a point of liquidity here, and everybody's aiming for them, and they're always except when you have a low resistance liquidity run, it will go through it. But we're in a high resistance down movement, so that means it ain't gonna take it very easily. So you have to be prepared for back and forth price action. So I'm actually almost inclined to get out and just to wait, because I'm just like, it might go up first a little bit. Let's see, 252. It might go a little bit lower because we still have this volume imbalance here. And the 38%, I know that because that level here, see, might just go, and 0.5 is here. You see? Just didn't even hit that volume imbalance yet. But I already know that. Let's see what you're going to do now. You're going to hit the volume imbalance and reverse. It's always nasty price action. You see a lot of these gaps. It goes back and forth to take out the. Now, okay, now they have everything is balanced here. They took this out, so it might make another run to the downside. This might be like a half of a macro that it uses to go to the downside to take that liquidity or balance out this imbalance and then go back up. Let's see what it does. It's annoying. I'm gonna go back and forth a couple of times. Did we touch that volume imbalance? Is there any other volume imbalance? Maybe on the 15. Oh yeah, you see this? It's much bigger. It touched it. It already tapped into it. I'm out. Yeah, I'm just gonna go back up. It's already it was moved a little bit. I need to get out of because I'm already out of my account. You see, it tapped into it right at 248. You see that here? Boom. This was it here, 248. Okay. So this might be a long now from here. Let me see, 248 up to 3 past 8. I think so. Most likely we'll take out the London high now. We activated the 1 minute CISD. Do we have a 3 minute one? We do. Let's see if we can take out this one here. The 5 minute, let's see. I don't know. Might still go further down. Choo, 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 choo. It's a it's a horrible. I mean, we're still stuck in this area, right? On the in this end walk. On the 1 hour, bodies are below above below. We tapped into this 4 hour. We already tapped into this one here. We might go further down at some point. Let's see. We got this here. Okay, well. Breaker retest 253. It looks like a. If you want to have a very, let's see if your 2R trade works with this breaker retest. Entry, your stop goes below the breaker, and then it should be a 2R trade. Right into this, exactly this. So for me, I don't have any interest in a 10-point trade, but I mean, if you would have gotten in, this is exactly 2R breaker retest in the macro. So you get in right over here, you put your stop below the full breaker, you add this one as well, and then you have a 2R trade up to here. Now, how many points is this? Let's say you get in here somewhere on this candle, 4-8. About 15 points. It's too slow for me. Hey, Jamali Beats, how's it going? Okay, 3 a.m. Are we gonna finalize this move now, going here? Okay, I think we're gonna go down now again. Looks like it. Hmm. This is still the feeling. I'm using the 3 o'clock. It's going to be above the midpoint of the 3 o'clock. It's we're still macro. Let's see. If it's not gonna disrespect this one, I'm out very quickly. It's very low probability price action, but we did have a little reaction here at the volume imbalance, so we sort of like move up, and I'm thinking this should be a continuation candle on the 1 hour. Okay. It's just gonna, it's just creating another wick here. It's just very annoying. See, this is the break. It's still in the breaker here. So low probability, to be honest. Yeah, getting out. Just gonna paper trade this. Let me just see if we stay below if my stop is okay. If I get stopped, it's just a paper trade. I want to see if my stop, I put the stop just above the midpoint of the wick. But I think it's respecting that breaker now, right? So it's just retesting the breaker. Or this is just a fake out again. Okay. No, I guess putting your stop just above the midpoint of a wick. It's sort of almost a gamble, to be honest. But the only thing that I'm more short than long on this, because 38% is right over here. It might not go all the way to the 0.5, but I wonder if we're not going to go a little bit lower before it goes up. But you see, like I said, it's just making 1 hour babies. I call this 1 hour babies. A lot of consolidation. Gosh, normally I don't even trade this. Okay, I'm back in the green, $1. Okay, I was just a little bit red, $10. Now I'm not. It's just paper trading for me in London now. Until we took I wanted to see it either go to 50% of this wick or go below this volume imbalance. I'm not touching it on my account anymore before we go into this wick. And take Asia high, for example, or Asia low. You can do both. Yeah, there you go. And this is a beautiful trade to the long side, but I'm just not sure because we're still below this here. But let's see. It is a 4 hour volume imbalance, which is pretty significant, to be honest. But then I don't like it that it's a down close candle that hit it. We did not take, we sort of did not really take liquidity, and it was going up again. So it's, yeah, it might take it, but then it goes all the way up here. Let's see if it can manage to get through here. I am interested. I am interested in this trade, but it's so unclear now because you don't have any clear. You're just going to be slapped around if you play this. You're going to be slapped. You go long. You're going to be hit and get short. Just going to create a few of these 4-hour ones. Did we take? We are lower here. See, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, trader and process. Sell looks good. You think so? I don't know. I'm not sure, but I think I'm more inclined to go for sell indeed, instead of a long. But let's see what happens, because we got the first presented fair value gap printing right now. It's orange. Look, in a gap as well. Wow, 3 o'clock. Yeah. The only thing that I don't like is that we haven't touched. I want to see a retest of this area here before entering a short again. I'm just going to do a paper trade on it. But I really want to see, but we did. Yeah, I would like to see it tap into this one here before going down. That will give me more confidence in the short. Macro's over. So, hey, Gatsu, how are you doing? Hey, Amyat wants me to go over gold. I can have a look at gold. We can have a look at gold. I'm not too interested in gold anymore, to be honest, because we have been so much higher time frame consolidation. So I've sort of like left it a little bit to the side, but it's always good to go over. I'll get over it. Starting your day. Well, you haven't missed anything so far. We're in a 1 hour, I always call it making babies, right? Higher time frame, consolidation. We do have some nice levels here. I was interested in this level, but it's sort of like not, there's no follow through at the moment. I said I don't think this either going to work. Maybe it's going to run now after the macro, which you see happen a lot, right? Hey, Casey. Look, it's going to create an equal low again, most likely. Let's see, or are we going to break it, or are we going to create another equal low? Look, we're at the volume imbalance again. I think we're going to go back up. It's just going to create an equal low. Yeah, see another, it's just going to go back up. Yeah, so Casey, that's a good one. Casey thinks it's going to go, it needs to go higher to go lower. I think it will have to go higher. So this is my only problem with the short right now, guys, is the time. Like if you have when I get like a retest of a fair value gap outside of macro, I don't trust it. This could be a trap. I just don't trust it when it just does that. So I'm staying out if we have an area like this outside macro. I'm not touching it. I think it's a bear trap, to be honest, at the moment. I think we have to wait another macro, guys, or at least wait till 320. See, we also create a little gap here. You see this here one? So I'm not touching a short at the moment. I've been taken twice now on that short, one on my account and one on paper as well. I'm like, okay, time is just not ready. So I would like to wait a little bit longer. Casey, I think if we go up, I think we need to go up here, 300, a little bit higher, because that is this wick here. That's this level. So I think it's a little bit higher than that if we go up, but let's wait and see. Let's wait. We'll get a structure, guys. At some point, you'll see the structure. You know, you might miss a trade, you get FOMO, but then when it either hits something and then suddenly you see your structure there, and then we get an awesome trade up all the way up here. Because this area is waiting for us here to be, this needs to be also mitigated. This first presented fair value gap of the Friday PM session has not been mitigated at all. Let me just double check. Go to the 3-minute. See, and it's above Asia. Look at this. This is so juicy, guys. Oh, I love this. There will be a beautiful structure, and this will be a beautiful trade. And it matches exactly with the 0.5 of this area as well. So you know, there will be structure. I mean, if I miss anything to the downside, which just isn't clear to me, I don't trust. I'm just leaving that. Okay, gold. Let me quickly, because NQ is just futzing around. Ooh, this is very, I made a lot of mess here. Been testing some things out on the weekend. Doing some, this is a nice market maker buy model we're in. Well, I guess it's a nice long up to London high. But then again, you know, when I see this kind of price action, I just don't trust it, to be honest. You know, when you see all these gaps now, obviously at some point you'll get a nice mitigation and it will take it out and balance them out. But we sort of done that already here. We wicked to up here. It's so hard to trust this price action, guys. I really don't want to say anything and get people excited to get into a trade. See, on the 15-minute, you've got buy side here, buy side here. We went into this fair value gap, but you know, Amjad, I could see us go into this wick first and then take out this buy side. So it is so hard, this area. Lately, I just left gold alone, because for me, it's sort of like, I can always frame it both ways. I do see we've got ascending, we've got minor buy side, but I think it's going to go into this wick first and then go back up. And that is this area here. You know, this feels so trappy to me. If I look at gold, you know, you see this here. This is a flat top. This wick took out. This is lack of manipulation. This wick was enough for it to take out this manipulation. So this is sort of done. This is balance. So at this moment, this market maker sell side, buy side is technically done. It could go higher, but it also could just go lower for now. And look at how much there is still to the downside. Let me calculate this. I really, I'm not too interested in, when I see this kind of price action, it's just for me, OTE small. We do hit 79% here. We could just go consolidate in this area. This is a balanced price range here. And if I take the balanced price, it's exactly 79%. So I'll be inclined for a long, but I would be very, very careful. Consolidation or a long on gold. Yeah. Okay, back to NQ. See, everyone who is going for a short on NQ is going to be slapped around. It's really not the time yet, I think, to go short. It will go short, but it's just going back and forth, back and forth. Casey, I think you are very, you start seeing the market structure a little bit, that you are starting to notice when the time is not right. I see that when you are saying these things, like it's a short but from another level. And that's really good, because you're really seeing the, well, the higher time frame, but it's just that time is not right and that it needs to go back up first before going back down, right? It's very impressive for someone who's in the game so short as you are. But I'm happy to see that. Hold on, guys. Kitty. Okay, well. We've got some patient people around in this chat already. Like Mather, he waits for his, he wants one point to be taken out before getting interested, which is actually a good way to counter FOMO. Now, how can you tell when time is not right to avoid getting into trades? Just Jamali, I just want to ask, did you take a trade? Did you, when you said short, did you enter? When you see something like this, right? You see this one, has been created, and then you get like this one outside macro, this little, you cannot, you that's also how you use the macros. It might have one little run sometimes, but when you see that just outside macro, the macro technically is done. So this is, if you use time, these are algorithmic signatures to F you around. So like I said, when I see this happen and we did not really, we sort of like made another low, right, on this area within the macro or just outside macro. Let's see, when 251, the first presented fair value gap is here. What was 310? I want to see 310. 38. Okay, 310. Yeah. So technically, what time did we start? 251, 258. So for me, I need a retest of this first presented fair value gap to be interested in a short. Like, as long as it's just futzing around and not touching it or going into it or not touching midnight, I'm not interested, because it being so close to midnight, going back and forth in the direction of it, I don't think you can trust it for a short at the moment. But let's see. I really want to retest either of midnight or from this fair value gap. Time. 6. We might not move into this area before 6 o'clock. It's 3:30. 3. So 2.5 more hours maybe. So we might go up first. Could be. Let's see. Okay. 3:26. I'm just thinking, like, what are we going to do with the next macro? Are we going to go into this wick now, and are we going to go, is it going to be long? I think I'm more enticed to go long and for the next macro. So let's see. And I think the short will be later today, but let's wait a little bit longer. Let's see if we can get some more intel. So if you look at the 1 hour, right? If you look all this consolidation, what do you have on both sides? You've got on the top, you've got this wick, and on the bottom, you've got this wick. So wicks on both sides mean consolidation, because wicks are just large gaps, and it means a lot of work that has to be done to work through them. So this is not liquidity at all, because this is a large wick which will take time. So even though we're not there yet, we have a wick here, so now it's working. It worked itself in this area here. We rejected, right? You can see we have a rejection here, so this is a rejection block. So people who said short, go study the rejection block of ICT. It will help you a lot to identify possible retracements, so that it's not that areas that might be how can I say that? It will help you a lot to take losing trades, because if you identify that as short and don't see a possible of a rejection block, you would have waited for that one. The rejection block is I think one of the best PDRAs to master, to be able to identify liquidity and to be able to identify short retracements as well before it will be a point of liquidity. Let me put it that way, if that makes sense. Now the question is, can we get over the midpoint of this 1 hour body? Because we rejected here and this one here, right? So the question now is, are we going to go reject over this body so we can go for a long, or are we going to reject in this wick here? It is, being able to identify how to use wicks is just such a powerful thing. Because you can really look at these points like, okay, what are we going to do here and how can I frame my trade? Because if I see we go over the midpoint of certain wicks or over bodies, I can, you'll be able to enter a trade because the thing is we need to go through certain levels to go up into this area. So for me, this area I cannot enter on a long yet because we might reject here. We already rejected in this area, which sort of already I was anticipating because of the potential rejection block I was looking at. But it did its job, so it could now be done rejecting there, so it could also go back down. So let's see, this area is crucial for me, and also the midpoint of the N walk. Once we start going over the N walks midpoint, then we could start framing a trade to the upside. If not, we'll frame a trade to the downside. So it's 3:30 now, so we have some, it's if then, if then, if then, if then, we go back and forth, and we really have to wait for some more information. Okay, so this is a point of interest for me, especially being this the N walk, and also I said I want a retest of this area if we go further down, but if it's going to disrespect it, we know we have to look for a long at some point. But it's never a short for me if I don't retest anything in this, either the midnight, like I said, or this first presented. Oh man, but this takes time, right? Oh. Or at least we got time. Let's check the how the contracts are doing on the Nasdaq. I'll also check the gold if we need to change contract. 760. Okay, not too much change. Yeah. So I don't think I'll be changing contracts today. I think it will be somewhere maybe on Wednesday or Thursday on NQ. On the this is the continuous contract that I show on my screen, but for the monthly, I do have some tabs open where I use the monthly as well for little gaps and things like that. The volume is still much higher on the December contract, so I'm just waiting until the volume is higher on the new contract. Okay, let's see now. Are we gonna go into, are we 334? Looks like we're gonna, I think it's gonna be a long from here. I think we're going back into to this area now. Breaker. Let's see, I wanna see what happens here. Okay. This looks bullish now. 335. I think we're gonna go here now. I'm gonna enter by my TP is gonna be here. My stop loss should be below. It should be 1 to 2. I'm just front running the macro a little bit. Now, technically, I can put my stop also at the 3 o'clock because I don't want the body. This is 3 o'clock. If you use OHLC as well, if the body of this one goes below this one, it's also invalidates the trade, right? So I don't have to put it below the breaker. You can just use the 3 o'clock, the open price as well, because that's bearish. So that gives me a little better, because I didn't do a breaker retest yet. So we might still get a breaker retest though. We did leave a gap here, but we sort of like already filled this here. For me, even though we will go a little bit lower, going below the 3 o'clock is already invalidating the long for me. So that gives me a little better. But I just want to be sure that if I'm in, I am already taking advantage of the move that is coming now. Going a little bit lower. My computer. The 350 to 410 might be a nice macro because we've got such a slow, so much slow price action that we might get some speed. Who knows? And we might get some speed to the upside. We created these equal highs. This one was, what was this high? 2. Let's see, we're going to take it out now in the next macro. There we go. That's what I want to see. Come on, get out of that and get over. Let's give some speeds. It's so boring. It is so boring. It's literally watching paint dry, right? It is watching paint dry. There we go. Oh, we don't need this magnet anymore. Well, we do need you, but you need to go up here now. We're going to change your. Here we go. I'm going to move this a little bit. I'm going to keep it here because I don't know. I'm going to take London High. Come on, take it, take it, take it. Equal highs again. It doesn't take it yet because it's not the time, right? So it's just creating another equal highs. That's why I didn't move my stop. It's just creating another equal. But I do want to see this fair value gap act as support now. So I don't want, oh, technically I can put it below midnight, but I'm not doing that. So I want this liquidity to be taken out in the macro, but it's going fast now. It's going really fast. It's on a mission. It might go, I think maybe this, it might be a good, I might put it lower or higher because I do think it's going to go. What else do we have here? Let's see. Don't get too eager. Just wait. You see the difference on the 5-minute already tapped into the into this fair value gap, but on the 1 minute it's much higher. You see that? So I feel confident enough that it's going to go to this one now. Okay. Now let's see if we can have a little bit of a run to the upside, to a little bit higher, to go into this top of the N walk and maybe a little bit higher to into this fair value gap. It's unmitigated, so it needs to be, it needs some mitigation. It's an important fair value gap, so I sort of like expecting some sort of mitigation there in this next macro that's coming. So I wanted to front run, that's why I entered here already, because I wanted to front run this move because I thought we might not get a retest of something. So that's why I went in a little bit early. But you see how many wicks and how many gaps there have been left open. So it's sort of like not my favorite price action, but we'll see. This might be setting up for a low resistance that it goes down as a low resistance liquidity run. So we do have important. I think I'm actually really. I think this is going to be around 6 a.m. that we're going to go into this area here. So this has been setting up for a nice low resistance run, maybe. We'll see. It's four, almost four, and then we have 2 more hours. Now what are we going to do? We're going to go more consolidation? I hope not. I do hope you're going to go with this liquidity. I hope it gets this liquidity within this macro, but we'll see. It could just go into consolidation again. You have to sometimes just, I mean, the macros are the highest probability, and then if it doesn't work, it's just going to be, either it's going to be the next one then. Sometimes you have to take some risk, I guess, to anticipate a move, but it is annoying when it doesn't do it. But hey, the thing is, even though it doesn't do it right now, and you sort of like know it's going to do, you might take small stabs, and then you don't get the run. But then you will get it at some point if you are on side with your analysis, but it's just the time is not ready. And if that's the case, you just have to sort of like, keep your losses very small. But then the moment you get your trade, you just make up for the losses. You take those paper cuts to just the time. If you just know, okay, time is not ready yet, it's okay. And we just wait for another macro, and then the move. And most of the times the move will be even better because you get like a better entry again. So we'll see. But I would be surprised if we don't get a move into the wick now. Come on. It's 351, 348 now. Come on, baby. And Q, I love you. You can do it. You've been so... Love the magnet. Yes, no, the magnet always worked. I mean, it didn't work on the downside, but I guess, the magnet had weekend too. The magnet needs to get, sort of like, he's like, oh my God, I haven't had my coffee yet. It's just... It's not that, it's not my analysis, it's just the magnet does the job. You just frame something around it. You just talk some bullshit. But it's the magnet that is. See. If I put two, it goes faster. I kid you not. Shall I do it? You do have to put them in a specific way because now it doesn't work because they are not like so, right? You have to put it like a little bit so. Put this a little bit. See, now I confuse them by moving them, so that's why you get these down close candles. Okay, now they're positioned properly. I'll do it here. Is there a center head? Let me just center. Do I have a center head? Is that not a search? I thought there was a search button as well. I want to have a center head. Is there a center head on? Well, they have to start doing their job a little bit. 353. Come on, macro, do your thing. We could have a little bit of a stop because Asia high obviously has been taken, but let's see. I want to run. Come on, give us a little bit more. You can give it to 25%. That will be good enough. I took Asia high. I know, but just Asia high is not enough. It just doesn't have to be enough. Oh, it might be enough for me. Come on. So when 4 o'clock comes, you might have a little bit of a move to the downside to create the 4 hour wick, the 4 o'clock wick. Now I don't want the 3 o'clock. It cannot go below the 3 a.m., especially the 4. So I'm gonna wait. I'm still bullish, but we might get some downward movement before, and then with 4 o'clock, and then spike up afterwards. So let's see. Thank you, Alfredo. Welcome to the family. Now, it left quite a bit of imbalances here, but I do think it could take everything out in one run. So I don't know if it's really, we're just going to trickle our way up, or are we going to have some consolidation again, go up and then go down. But I do think we're gonna go into this wick first before going down. But the question is when. It's always about time, right? It doesn't always have to provide the 350 to 410 macro, but most of the times the 350 to 4, especially when we had, well, we did have a move up here, but a lot of the times we see that the 350 to 410 macro does provide a nice run. Not always, but most of the times. We'll see. I just don't want to see a breaker retest all the way up here, but it could be. I hope it just retest this breaker here. So I might go have a little bit of drawdown. I don't want to see this. I mean, I don't want the 4 o'clock price to go below the 3 o'clock open price, because that's bearish, obviously, right? That's how you use time as well. Open and close candle, open and close of the candle. So in this case, the open price. If the 4 hour is going to print, I do not want the 4 hour to go below this open price here. That makes sense, right? So I want a continuation. I just want to spike up, but maybe look how many 1 hour candles we've had. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see what 4 o'clock is going to do. We're almost there. It's a little spike, but we might get a little spike to the downside first. Let's see. Not too worried about that though. If you look here, you can see a nice market maker. You can see the model, right? Sell side, and we're in consolidation. We're going back into original consolidation to finalize the market maker. This is original consolidation. It's unmitigated, so this is a very important area to mitigate, but then again, it doesn't have to do it now. It could do it later. Okay, 4 o'clock, we have a nice move to the downside. That's okay. We anticipate that. Now get your ass back up there, IQ. Come on, you can do it. Get your ass above that 4 o'clock open now. Yeah, you can do it. There you go. I'll go to the 1 minute. I want to see how the candles are printing. So I really want this fair value gap now to be support, but let's see how far down it's going to go. Mm, mm, mm. I think this is the breaker we're retesting right now. It's the breaker that is exactly, let me see this one here. Mm. Mm-hmm. Just looking at this breaker here. I hope this is enough for a retest. Let's see. Three pass. Okay, I like this. Now I want to see spike. Come on, now go. I really wanted to leave this breaker now. You've retested it. Look, it went exact to the midpoint of the breaker. And now I want to see speed out of it. Otherwise I'm getting out. It's three past. Now it needs to start moving if it's going to do it in this macro. If not, I'm getting out because then time is not ready. Come on. I'm getting out if it does not move. It needs to really move now. You retested half of that breaker. If not, it's going to not do it in this macro. Come on, get your ass over 4 o'clock. Come on. Come on. Come on, thank you. You can do it. I love you. Come on, go to the magnets. You need to move now, otherwise I'm getting out of the position. I'm gonna move it now to break even because I'm gonna either be stopped out in profit or I'm going to let it run because now is the time. It's now or never with this trade. Okay. Okay, come on, go. I've been patient enough with you today. 6 minutes. Okay, I want candles now. I want large candles to just to make. I want to run now. Otherwise, I'm getting out of the position. If it goes back into below the 4 o'clock, I'm getting out. It's all about time, baby. Time, time, time. Okay, there we go. Okay, it's going. Finally, we're gonna get our run. Well, don't say it too fast. Let's see if it needs to go over that London high. Oh, come on. Thank you. Well. So annoying. There we go. Come on. Come on. Give us a big candle. Oh, you're annoying. I'm taking one position off because you're not doing what I want you to do. It's not gonna be. It's a break-even trade anyway for me, but it's still annoying. I'm gonna put it a little bit higher. Okay, everything is paid for. Now it's just a 30-point run still, but we still have 4 minutes to run, so it could. But like I said, it could just go in consolidation and do it after the macro, but we'll see. Hey, Avneet, how are you doing? How's it going, my friend? I'm in a long, as you can see, and we most likely will finalize this run after 10 past 4. So I love the manipulation wick, though, to be honest. Um, but we'll see. It's taking its sweet old time to get into the wick. It's taking its time. It might do it in the 2240 run. Yeah. Okay, it's 9 past, so 350 to 410 did not really deliver today. It consolidated, but what does that mean? That means sometimes that as long as we're above the 4 o'clock, that we still might get the run after the macro. Because I'm already positioned, I'm considering leaving it, but I'm not too happy with this, to be honest. Because I don't want to be stuck in consolidation. If I'm stopped out, I'll be stopped out in literally break even anyway, but okay, macro is done technically. Now, what time did we start? It's always important. 4:01. Did we do here? 3:48. 3:44. Okay. So literally the whole macro, the 350 to 410, just consolidated. So it didn't give us really something. But look how the 1 hour is forming right now. So you see this wick. So we have a wick to the downside. Let's see if the body is now going to go to the upside, right? Let's see if we're going to get the push. But it's treacherous because it's outside macro, but it's sort of like if you study the macros and how they behave, if you have like consolidation within a macro, sometimes you get the push, like you can extend the macros to quarter two to quarter after sometimes. But then again, you have to be positioned already to be in it. I don't like that too much, but I only do. That's why I said I want to front run the macro a little bit, so I try to get in earlier. So let's see if it's gonna now push. I do like how the 1 hour is forming. Now, no, Casey, this is you think we're not going to go higher than this, right? That's your spot. Casey fades me all the time. And he's right sometimes. He's only half a year. Well, it's now almost a year. I get, well, a little bit longer. Okay, let's go. Now we have to be careful because we have a level here, and I think it's going to go here, but it doesn't have to do it now in this macro, right? Okay. Let's see if we can go a little bit higher. We don't have the macro now to help us out, so it's sort of like It's also outside the 20 to 40 run, so to be careful. I have to be careful the moment it hits 25 or 1/3 because then we might reject and we might stall a little bit. There we go. Okay. I'm holding still. Okay, now I have to be careful with this price section. You always have to be a little bit careful when you see this fast spiking. Yeah, there we go. Come on, NQ. You just gotta love NQ, right? Just gotta love NQ. I love you. Okay. I think I'm gonna put it a little bit higher because I just don't want to be. It spikes down on me. Come on, mitigate, 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 mitigate this area. You need to do it. Come on, NQ. What time is it? 4:15. Okay, I'm getting out. You know what? Because I don't want to wait. Let's see. Come on, take it, or I'm getting out. Okay, I'm getting out. I think I'm. Yeah, I'm getting out. You know why? I don't want to wait. Because it might. It's gonna run to that level, but I don't want to sit another macro. I don't know how long it's gonna take. Why that target? It's a first presented fair value gap of the. Okay, so why this target? That's a very good question. I love it. Now, you see this green line? That's the first presented fair value gap of the PM session of last Friday. And you can see it's unmitigated. It's totally unmitigated. We went down from it. I'll show you. Here, so it formed here. You see here. And we left it. Now you can say there's sell side, buy side, sell side. So it lacks buy side, right? Because we have two times sell side, one times buy side. And then we have a wick here, and then it's gone away. So you want to see it. I want to see it retested. But, and also, why do I like it? Because I'm using this 1 hour wick, and if I grade this 1 hour wick, look where the 0.5 is. It's exactly in this first presented fair value gap. But time is, because time is it's so fickle now, and we're just mitigating also this N walk. It doesn't have to do it now, so that's why I got out of this trade, because there's no macro. It's just it spiked up, and then I'm like, okay, you know what? It always does that, because it's sort of like it leaves these levels for just maybe for the next macro. So because we don't have a macro and it sort of like stalls here, I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm getting out because it might go in consolidation again before taking it out. So I do think we're going to hit this level, or maybe not even, because it's this fair value gap is below. So it's just better not to want everything, right? Let's see the 2240 run if it does take it out. But this could be it for now. Hey, Liquid 3R, if I pronounce it, it's basically all the same. It doesn't really matter the London session or the New York session. The concept is literally the same. Time over price always. But I look at breakers, rejection block, balanced price ranges, NWOGs, what has been mitigated, what has not been mitigated. So now time has been a little bit, I mean, I don't like the price action too much. As you can see, it leaves so many gaps and it's just sort of like a little bit fickle here, and it doesn't really, you know, the macros don't really provide the, you know, the market does only two things: seeks liquidity or balance out imbalances. And those two things normally happen within a macro, just when it spools to those things. And now you can see that it does not really finish the job during a macro. So that means we have a lot of some sort of time distortion sometimes. So it just sort of like hangs in front of this area. So for me, it will be a short when it taps. When I know, you know, for sure, I would be okay. Now I'm ready to short when it would hit this level, because it matches up with the first percentage fair value gap of the New York session. I want this to see I want to tap into it. I want a retest of this. But then again, it doesn't give me that, right? So it always makes you a little bit insecure then to take that long or short in this case. Now I was sure about the long when it did a few things here. For example, we had a rejection block. We got over first percentage fair value gap in the London session, so over the first percentage over 3 a.m. right? But we didn't get a proper retest. But I was using as well the first percentage fair value gap that formed between 1:30 and 2 a.m. I'm monitoring that macro every time, and it helps me a lot. So the moment I see price get over this area, I know it's a long. But then again, you see, it didn't reach my target fully, even though I have my, you know, I've got a few confluences there, and it didn't really fill the full NWOG. Now the question is, if we look maybe a bit deeper, does it need to fill that whole NWOG? Is it balanced or is it not? Let's go to the 15. Let's see if we can find out. Because maybe this is it. Look, if we look at the 15 now, we do have a wick here, right? Let's go further into, let's go to the 1 hour. Just let's investigate this NWOG a little bit deeper. This is an older one. Now, so it's a little bit difficult to see because there's been quite a bit of price action. So you really need to, you know, it could be balanced here and then create an imbalance later on. Like for example here, if I look here, I do see an imbalance. Why? Because we got sell side and a lot of wicks. So we do, I would assume that we do need some buy side here going through this NWOG to balance it out again. So I had a few conflicts, but I didn't make that level. But it sort of made the move up outside macro, so I know I have to be careful. It's not going to go hit my TP outside macro, so that's why I got out. Sometimes it does spike, and then I thought maybe it spikes up higher, but it did not do that. But I do think we have some levels. We do have some things up here as well, maybe. But I'm very bearish higher time frame. What SIP levels is that you have marked? Sorry, no, don't worry. You mean these, Alfredo? You mean these levels, the gradients? Is that what you're asking? So the 25, 1/3, 0.5, 1/6. I'm grading those wicks. So I'm grading these wicks. That is something that ICT went over this in 2025. Maybe it went over the daily, but I'm using I'm using them very thoroughly. And as you can see now, let's see if I do think we're going to go. I do think we're going to tap into this first presented fair value gap. No, don't worry. Hey, the channel is about learning and growing together. So please do not feel you can ask anything you want, and if I don't have time, I'll tell you. But I love it that you ask questions. That's the purpose of the channel. You can see the time frames right over here. I don't know if you can see that properly. Let me just check the you can see that the time are on top of the right over here, 1 hour, and this is the 1 minute. So this is a 1 hour wick. Now I put the 1 hour on. I usually am on the 4 hour, but when we have consolidation, there is no 4 hour wick. You can see that. So you would think, oh, we're going up into this area, but the moment you see a wick, you know you have some consolidation and you will have some slower price action, because a wick means a lot of gaps on the lower time frame, and the gaps means that they need to be balanced. So when you see a large wick like this, it will take time for it to go through it, so it doesn't go in a straight one. You won't have a low resistance liquidity run. Look, now it's going. Let's see if it touches the 0. I want to see how it reacts at the 0.5 of this wick. So that will give me information like, are we going to go long for it now, or are we going to reject from here? Is it done? Because sometimes the wick, if it's going to be a short again, it will reject from here very convincingly. If not, it's going to work itself up. So this is a point for me. This was my high of the now 0.5 is here, but I just took it to the beginning of this end wall, this first presented fair value gap of the PM session. They're like a roadmap to me. Like here you see the one of London, and you know, so from London to the PM session, because it's a fine, it's like market maker. We're in a market maker. We're in the buy program, right? If you go into higher time frame, let me show you guys on the 5. Now, don't look at the, because obviously this will change. I don't know if you sell side, buy side. Now this is all time distortion, so you can literally cut out this whole thing, and then you just have, or you cut it out from here. You have a low, for example, this whole Asia from here to here. You can delete that, and then you still have this sell side, one retracement, and back up to finalize the move back into this 15-minute breaker. I'm sure we're going to go up here as well. You know, breaker to the upside becomes a level of it will most likely will hit this level as well here. Now there we go. See, it's just time. It's still gonna go there. It's okay. Now let's see. So Alfredo, I am in South Africa, but that's why I trade London session, but I also do New York session. And I think I'll focus on New York PM, lunch PM for now, for this year, for the remaining. What about you? What time zone are you in, by the way? Are you in Europe, or I'm trying to read your name, Alfredo Bampu. Is that Bampu? Are you Malaysian, Indonesian, maybe? Bampu. I'm just thinking. Maybe I'm totally wrong. Is it Asian? Bampu? Oh, you're in London. What's your background? I like that name, Bampu. So yeah, you know, we are lucky to, I think, Ghana. Oh, we had a few others of people of Ghana. Okay, gotcha. we're really lucky to be able to trade London or have to look at London. So and sometimes there's no trade, but then you're so prepared for the day, right? Because you already have seen something's happened. Like now, if we're going to finalize this market maker, let's see, we're going to go all the way up to this old breaker. Like if this is an old breaker, I always leave them because if it's a breaker that has done its work to the upside, it most likely will now be a point of resistance to the downside if we are going to go. And let me see, where are we at? Ooh, that will be my 1/3 level. Let's see if we're going to. I'm already out. I took the trade already out, but we might go all the way up to. I'm not. I wouldn't be surprised if we finalize the market maker model up to here. Let's see. You can see, right, you guys. It's like on the lower time frame, you just see a big. You can see like there's a big. But if you look here, you can clearly see a market maker. Sell side, buy side, and then you always go back into original consolidation. This is original consolidation right over here, and then you reassess. You don't overstay when you have formulated your market maker sell, but and you go back into consolidation. Then you get out and you reassess until you have a. And this is a perfect point. Well, there's still a room to the upside. Let's see. We could frame another trade if we are still bullish. Let's see on the lower time frame. Now, okay. I just want to see if it's worthwhile, guys. If I can frame another trade. Let's see. Maybe the other macro. Wow. Who took that long? Did anyone take that long? And I want to know where you got in. And if you still have a runner left. Okay, so guys, let's see. We haven't hit the 0.5. Now it doesn't have to, right? So if it's going to reject from here, it could reject from this first presented fair value gap, but it also has not touched that. The only thing I need to check sometimes is if I automate it, sometimes it doesn't take if there's a little gap, it doesn't do that. And I forgot to, I got in at M15 inversion. Ooh, I love that. That sounds, let me check. I'll go to the 15. Ooh, and there's a beautiful retest here as well. So did you get in at the 4 a.m. candle? Beautiful. See, that's why I love the 4 o'clock. You see the 4 o'clock, we had consolidation. That's this one here, 345. We open at 4, we had the retest right over here. So you have a 15-minute CISD here, change state delivery, and then you wait for the retest. Yeah. I think we might have had, let's look if we had, I forgot to look at that. If we had SMT. Just want to, yeah, you see with YM here. Why do you always do that, S&P? You always open up everything that I don't want you to open up when I close you. Okay, let's get you out of here. Okay, it's a little bit hard to read this one, to be honest. 3, 4. Yeah, we didn't have proper SMT though. We have SMT here already. Oh, hold on. Maybe on the 15. Oh yeah, we do. Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't check properly. So I love for this larger move. I love to look at the 15-minute because I want to trade the larger. So here we have our SMT, right? 315 already. And we didn't have any SMT here though, but if you're in here, this would have been, this was the area that people were saying short, short, short. Remember? There was SMT, so. Okay, here we go. Now we're in this one here. Let's see if we can make it up to this breaker. Or are we done? So we are at 0.5. Hey, hey, seek for wisdom. Went long at 2 a.m. Sweep to the Asia high. Should have left the runners. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. If you know, but the 2 a.m. sweep, we went lower first. So I don't know if a runner you would have been drawdown a little bit at 2 a.m., right? Because we had quite a bit to the downside first as well. I think the long was not before 3 a.m. I don't think the long should have been, or are you okay to have so much drawdown? I don't think the 2 a.m. was a proper entry for the long though. I think it was too much drawdown. It wasn't, I mean, I wasn't sure by the way, at 2 a.m. Are you okay with so much drawdown? But it's not that much. Okay, no, it's not that much. It's okay. I mean, if you swing, but for me, it wasn't really sure because we have a wick to the downside, so I wasn't sure we're going to continue down here. So I need a little bit more confirmation. Hey, Alfredo. So okay, 3:18. Yeah, that's a good time. Yeah. So I started with the core so I did a lot of retail bullshit so I started 6 years ago. Then I started with retail bullshit. Then I started to do market profile, TPO, a bit of volume profile, which I don't consider retail bullshit, but there were too many missing links for me. But I can see the value of it, but you're still behind a little bit. And then someone pointed out ICT to me, and then I was like, and that gave me, I saw that gave me the logic behind a lot of things, and I started to study that, and that was 3 years ago. So I studied core content, then 2022, and then he was doing the live sessions as well. And I studied extensively, and that, the fact that I could see that there was that we could have an edge that really encouraged me to deep dive more into that. So beside ICT himself, I had a few other mentors that also dug a little bit deeper into the time concept. So you'll see me also be more. I use time a lot. Outside the macros, there is so much more to time. It's time over price anytime, which helps me identify when there's chop or when things are not ready to move. It helps me a lot getting better in that, to be honest. So in my Discord, I made a ICT beginners because I thought, okay, it's so overwhelming when you just start because there's so much, right? I think that's one of the most asked questions, like where do I start with ICT? Because it's just so much. Yeah, it is. It is a lot. And but I think it's very valuable to have the knowledge. And it doesn't work for everyone, but if it does work for you, I think you have a big edge in the market. So, but it's not, I mean, it takes time, but I think it's worthwhile, and especially the younger you are, the better, because we've got some youngsters here, and they do very well with ICT already. And if you don't have too much retail BS already in your brain, you have a big advantage. This is how the market really books. I do think so, and it is. I mean, if it is there is an algorithm, and if you are a believer in that, and you start studying the algorithmic signatures, you have a very big chance to become profitable in the market, because that's how smart money. You just have to be able to see the algorithmic signatures and be able to identify how the market book, and then but it takes time to link all the things together. And I'm still learning a lot of things, but yeah, exactly. Hey, Alfred. Yeah, exactly. And that will make it easier for you as well. But are you ICT? Are you an intermediate with ICT concepts, if I may ask? Because that will, that will, going deeper into the time concept is just, that will be so, it will open up so many, you will just, you'll be blown away sometimes. It's just crazy how time really is so important. Why? Because the algorithm is scripted against time, right? It's nothing else than just, like if you're a programmer and somebody would tell you, okay, you have to script the algorithm. Now, what will be your benchmark? You cannot script it against price, because one price will might never be gone back to again. So the algorithm is just, it is just scripted against time. So, for example, for me, the 4 o'clock is very important. Why the 4 o'clock? It's just because the 4 o'clock, it just prints it does certain things at certain times, so it can refer back to those things. So it either creates an imbalance or it creates liquidity. And if you start understanding that, then you understand the concept of the algorithm, because the algorithm needs to have a benchmark, right? And it's time. Time cannot be manipulated, price can. So now look, what are we doing here? We are at the 0.5 and we're reversing here. So might this be the short I've been waiting for? I'm not convinced yet, to be honest. Mm, what time did we hit this? 4:36. See, we hit this first presented outside macro, so I'm actually anticipating we might go a little bit higher to finalize the market maker model, but I could be wrong. It is an important level. We do have a previous day midpoint. This is the midpoint between two midnight to midnight. Let me see where it is. Oh, it's above. It's a little bit too high to my liking. So I'm a little bit neutral now. Why? Because we are at the 0.5. I just want to see how we are reacting. So I'm just waiting a little bit to see, are we really going to reverse her, or are we going to go a little bit higher into this full more? See, it looks a little bit too bullish for me now still. I want to go to the 1 hour on this one here to see it. Let me just quickly. Okay. See, I'm just looking at this whole market maker buy sell model, sell side, buy side, and I just want to, I don't want to get into a short before this is really is finalized. So I go into time literally all the time on the Discord, but also I always refer to Anar and Nine. Seek for Wisdom knows them well. On my Discord, I've pinned the link in the Discord. I've also shared a document that Nine and Anar, they also have their own Discord. They are awesome, and I think Nine is the one who has implemented digital time theory, and they use root candles. I don't use them anymore, but I do have a document on there that also goes very deep into the element of time. So, for example, root candles are specific candles. Like in London, we've got the 3:12, the 6:58, so the 2 minutes to 7 o'clock. There are more root candles, and they're all sort of like working together. I sort of automated in my head a little bit. I already look at them and how they position themselves. But I have a document on that as well. And I can definitely also recommend looking just into digital time theory from Anar and Nine if you really want to dive a little bit deeper into time. And then again, it's just also understanding how the macros work in conjunction with each other. So the macros that ICT teaches, but there's so much more in a macro that people just look at the time. But if you look at the behavior, I always mark the 150 to 210 macro because it helps me, just look at what is London actually doing. And so here is that first presented fair value gap. So this one was Fridays, by the way, last Friday. So I'm leaving it on, for example, because I think it might go there today. But on the other hand, I don't need to leave it on. Why? Because I can see we printed settlement price here. So that's a draw on liquidity anyway. So I can actually take this one off, to be honest. I'll take it off. You see why? We printed settlement price later on that day. But yeah, I love digital time theory. For some reason, they figured out something. And it's very, very interesting. So definitely that's one thing to look into. But yeah, time is it's just so vast. It's just there's so much to discover about it. Like for example, if we go to the 90 minutes here, I actually thought we might go into this wick, but this wick is printed at 6 o'clock, right? And well, there's a very strong algorithmic signature here. It's 7:30, 6 o'clock. So it already told me at some point when we were rejecting here, okay, it's not ready. It's time-wise not ready because time was in cycle. So most likely it either goes into 6 o'clock into this wick, and if not at 6 o'clock, you might continue higher. Let's have a look at this wick. 9 o'clock. Okay. What is this wick here? 10:30, 12, 1:30. And for me, I love these large wicks. They give me so much. They're like a roadmap to me, if that makes sense, right? For example, here I graded this wick, and a wick is just like I said, it's just a bunch of imbalances, and it takes time to go through. So now we're at 0.5. So now I just watch to see, okay, are we done? Are we done in this wick? Are we going to reject from here? Now, when you're on the 1 hour, you have to be careful sometimes because price can go over it, but then it retraces back into it, right? So sometimes I got fooled by that. I'm like, oh my God, we're going over, going higher. And then it just retraces because wicks can go over it, but the bodies are not allowed to close above it in case you want to be bearish. So I have to wait until 5 o'clock. See, because price could go over it, but then it could retrace, right? So we've got 10 more minutes to go. We've got another macro coming. So let's have a look. If we're going to into this breaker, I always leave, if I find a breaker valuable that did its job, I always leave them on, because if it's a breaker on one side, when you're on the opposite side of the market maker model, it's just as valuable. It's just in the opposite direction, right? So, blessed those ones that never learn retail. Yes, yes, we are infected with. It's sort of like, but I guess we have to be. I don't know. It just takes more time, I guess, and just we just lost more money. I guess we can read it, but it's just I guess the pain of losing so much money, right? I guess that's. Well, the market is, and I think those concepts are by design to take money from away from us. So, and I think those books also, I think they just throw in these books on purpose, and all those concepts, those retail concepts, to make sure that no one really gets it. We're not supposed to make any money in this market. Okay, so let's see. Are we going to go into the break? So that means then these two levels are in play. And we might go all the way up to here. Also interesting is that we have event horizon here, which means the midpoint between two. Yeah, it looks pretty bullish now. I guess we are going higher. I'm just going to be a little. I would like to have a pullback. Yeah, my hands are off right now because I do think we're almost at the end of a market maker. We're finalizing a market maker model, so I'm hands off. I had my trade already. See, when you are in this area here, you're almost at the end of a at the finalization of a model. We're at the 15-minute breaker here, which did its work on the other side. So it could reverse from here, but it could also just go further longer. So I'm going to wait to see how it reacts. I want to see at the end of this hour how if this candle is going to close below the 50% or not. That will tell me a lot. So no position at this moment. I had my long. But we do have some interesting points of if we do go higher. So if it's 5 o'clock, we are above, the body is above the 50%, then I might go into for a long, and then I might enter all the way up to this pre-event horizon or on this level around here. But I wonder if we're just going to go over that 15-minute breaker. Let me just have a look, because I'm just sort of like, I just wonder if we can, oh shit, we can get over this one. I want to see where I played it. It's gonna go to the 13-minute. Need to see. See, we had a beautiful retest here, and we went up. You see, we retested the breaker here. We retested it again. We went up. Now we went through it. Then we went through it. So I don't think we're gonna go high. I mean, I would be surprised if we go higher. I mean, I want this breaker now to be a point of reversal. So I'm waiting for that. I need, if not, I have to reassess, but I want to see a rejection in this area. That's what I'm waiting for. But I want to be sure. That's what I'm waiting for. If it's going to go over that breaker, that will be, for me, very confusing at this moment. So I want to see. Now the 15-minute already. Okay, this candle is not closed yet, or is it? Yes, it is. No, it's not. I don't want to see a body close over the 50%. I'm not so eager to enter a long in this area. I would rather wait for a good short. Now on the monthly, guys, I want to show you something. I'm going to show you the monthly candle. We are below last month's open close price. I'm sorry. You fell asleep. We didn't miss anything. We're gonna get our trade. So we've got a very, very, very large wick here. So I do believe we are. I'm more interested in short. I'm waiting for the distribution move to the downside here. We've got a very large monthly candle, and all these levels are waiting to be mitigated. 25%. We've got another volume imbalance here, 50%. So I'm actually more interested. We already had a manipulation move into the upside. So I believe we're in a downside. Yes, price is going up, but I'm bearish higher time frame. So I really want to see more movement, at least to this area, 24,841-ish. I'm waiting for that. So I'm actually waiting for a short. So that's why I'm not too eager to enter a long anymore. I'm sort of waiting for the best opportunity to have a large distribution move to the downside. So that's where my interest lies a little bit, if that makes sense. Now we go up to go down, yes, but we're bearish on the monthly. So on the weekly, we're just going into this wick to go down, right? I think, but we'll see. It could also just manipulate all the way back up. It can. Nothing surprises me anymore, to be honest. But the monthly sort of like it's bearish, if you catch my drift. So Bowser, did you dream of trading? Did you dream of taking any trades? I just want to tap it. I just want to see it tap into the. Are we almost done? I want to see the 15 minutes. Maybe we should look for S&T. 3 more minutes. I will be confused when it goes over because then it means we're going to go higher. It can be. Everything's possible. Two more minutes. I want to see price go down. I want to see it close below this level. Yes, yes, yes. Come on. I might get into a short if I get my closure below. So I'm waiting 2 more minutes. If this candle closes below this level, I'm going short, I think. But then again, we haven't touched. I'm sort of annoyed that I didn't tap this level. 325. Yes, 9 9 in NR, and they have I think they changed their name from their. They have a free indicator now as well, the PD array indicator. Let me look it up for you. And they're really solid. Seek for Wisdom knows them as well. They're awesome guys, and they know they really developed that whole Oh, we're below. Are we below? Come on, just a little bit. Go a little bit lower. 20 seconds. Oh, I just want to watch if it's going to close below, if it's that 50%, because that will, yeah, there we go. You see? Algorithmic, baby. Is this algorithmic or not? I'm gonna turtle soup this. I'm gonna fucking turtle soup this. Let me just stop loss. You know, this is such a small trade. I mean, I could be wrong, but this is such a small risk for such a high reward. Why? Because I'm still aiming for this level here. 202. Look at my risk. This is so small. Baby. I'm gonna fucking turtle soup this one. Let's see. Did I say the F word? You see, this is worthwhile if you're waiting for these algorithmic signatures and waiting for this, and then if it's wrong, it's just such a small risk. It's okay. But if it's right, you have a very nice trade. Let me check for SMT because that might be the missing. I need SMT for a trade like this, otherwise it doesn't make sense, right? No SMT, so that's a bit of a bummer, to be honest. But it's a low risk trade. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. It's just a low. It's just 10 points, so it's worth it. It's worth the risk. I'm just accepting the full risk. Like I said, I wanted this breaker to be mitigated, and it's not. So let's see. Yeah, it's already. It's not going down. Yeah, I'm out. It's okay. I'll get my short. Just what's more room to the upside. And this too. This is nicely below the 0.5 though. Let's see. 503. To wait for SMT. You need SMT for a trade like that. It was a cheap, yeah. Yeah, Plexus, I paper trade and I do my live trades as well. But yes, C for wisdom. I added the, and then the last one, I just want to test it because I think, well, you know, I love those guys. I just want to see what he's doing. Yeah. Okay. A little bit of drawdown now. Oh no, I'm still up on my account because I had a little bit of green. I gave back a little bit, but it's okay. Hmm. It might still be. Oh, let me get the information about 9 and yeah, for your turtle soups, you sometimes have to take a risk, right? And if it works, it works. But it wants more upside, apparently, I guess. I don't trust this area, to be honest. Is it SMT with YM? I just looked, but I didn't see it. On what time frame, Bowser? I want these to have. I want these two, but are you looking at the lower time frame, or are you looking at? I think they're going to go for the event horizon, to be honest. Maybe even the previous day midpoint. Hey, it still could go down. I mean, it still could be a valid short. Oh shit. What am I doing? Here we go. Here we're back. We're back. We're back. It still could be a valid short. Oh, on the 1 minute. Yeah, I don't look at the 1 minute for those trades because it doesn't really give me. Um, it might give a little spike on the 1 minute, but oh, I heard that you use the fractal model. Yeah, you're very happy with it, right? Yeah, I love T trades. You know all these guys. I mean, T trades, NR, 9. I think they're sort of like uh, yeah, 10 testing exactly. But I still think I would love it to retest the breaker, but it's not. It's very low probably. I think it will go down again. But look here, I want that. This 15 minutes still could go lower again, right? As well. So, hey, listen, when you have this price action now, it's just setting itself up for maybe like better price action for a New York AM session. So yeah, and I don't like it too much because we are technically, again, I'm going to show you guys what I'm looking at. If I look at the 30-minute, I see the finalization. Oh, but now looking at a little bit higher, we still have New York. I do see something interesting and I like it. I didn't see that before. That is my bad. That is my bad. I do think we are going higher before we go lower, and I like it. We have New York high here. We have a wick next to it. So we might go up 2, 3, 5, 4. What do we have there? Or even higher. Okay, yeah, definitely we are going up into this wick, I guess, and then into that breaker. That's okay. I mean, we could go into a breaker without still being bearish, right? Um, yeah, this might be lower time frame consolidation, but if we have a wick here, that's a lot of imbalances that still need to be balanced. So I guess we are lacking buy side here, so we do need to go up. Oh, if I knew, I'm sorry, I didn't see that properly. I didn't see. You have to scroll through all time frames always to see things. On the 5-minute, we have similar. On the 15. Okay, I like it. Okay, I guess we're going to take out New York PM then. We already took out the first presented, so I'm thinking we're going to take out this level here. So let's see. 351 or 356. We have an order block here. Let's see what the midpoint is. I'm going to use this one. What are the bodies? Body to body. What are you giving me? Ooh, I love it. 351. I'm going to take a trade. 351 is my level. Let's see, we get a good entry to 351. How much points do we have? I'm just going to paper trade from now on. Yeah, I'm also, I want to have a short. I'm just going to paper trade my way up to 351 and then see. I'm more interested in a short on my account instead of long, because longing doesn't, I'm more interested in a short. But I do think we can go to 351. 20 points. I'm not, you know, guys, I don't play 20 points most of the times. I'm not interested to do that, but I do think we're going to spike up, maybe even higher. To be honest, I'm waiting for possible bounce area to today above 254. Yes. Like exactly. That area is my interest as well now. Specifically the 51. We have to be patient. It's been just very slow price action. Consolidation. Mm, 351. Let's see. Let's go over gold quickly. As we're consolidating here, let's have a look at gold. What has gold been doing? Oh, this is, by the way, the indicator that I have on from 9 NNR. It gives you the buy side. It's just all the PD arrays. I still have to go into it, but I'll show. It's a free indicator, by the way, guys. So I have to look into it before I put it on my chart and show you guys. But I think it's solid. Everything they do is solid. Okay, so London. We created London high. We are back into the range. Yeah, this is exactly what I thought. So in 240, we went all the way back to the OTE zone 79. Then we went up, created another London high. So this is a London high between 230 and 4. So this is the high now is in. My question is, what are they going to do, right? So also gold is a little bit, I don't. Is the move finalized, the market maker? Because you've got sell side, buy side. Or are we going to take out the previous day high? Are we going to go higher? Let's have a look at the daily. On gold. Oh, look at that. Looks like we're going higher, right? Looks like we have a breaker. Not a breaker. No. Breaker. Mitigation block here. Also a mitigation block here. We retested it and we're just going higher. It looks like we're going higher on gold as well. We're above this level. Yeah, we're on our way to these levels here, and then maybe even take out these highs. But the question is time. Up to now, NQ respected the 4-hour busy and the 1-hour busy. So bullish buy should be not out of scope for today, right? Let's have a look. Well, yeah, I am bearish, but like I said, if we are going over that 50% of that wick, I cannot be bearish yet. This 1-hour wick here. So hold on. So on the 1-hour, this level here, I do not want that price goes over this level. Now on the 1-hour, we're still below it, but on the 15-minute, we were over it. So, but you said up now we respected the 4-hour busy. Well, it's sort of like hard to say we are respecting. We're just sort of forming the thing that we are just forming like for example, 4-hour fair value gap. So the question is, how high are we going to go where this one will stop to create the busy? Because we don't have a busy yet, right? On the 4-hour. On the 4-hour, sorry, we do have a busy, but we don't have a fair value gap. Let me rephrase that to make it before I create confusion. So yes, we do have a busy, but we're just creating most likely a fair value gap. So that means that this candle, 4-hour candle, is going to stop somewhere. Now the question is, where is it going to stop? Is it going to stop here at the event horizon, which is the midpoint between 2 NWOX? Or is it going to respect one of these levels of the 1-hour wick, which it's already above the 0.5, it's already above the 0.6, and it's now tapping in the 0.5. So that wick has been mitigated. So that means there's no more gaps that price has to go through. So I think the road now is clear to go to the upside. And now this 1-hour wick, it has become liquidity. Let me show you. If I see the 0.5 mitigated, now this is for me liquidity now here. Let's tap into the 0.5, see if we get a rejection to the downside, and then I would take a trade up to take this out as liquidity and maybe even go to the event horizon, which is also another level of importance to me. Now, let's say, where did I measure here? The measurement was wrong. Did I take the wrong measurement here? What's another measurement? Okay. So let me go back to this one. Three five one. Turgurius, yo, how are you doing? Possibly later. No, it's morning here. It's let me check. I'm in South Africa, so I'm in like same time zone as Europe. So now it's 12:21. It's afternoon. We're in the afternoon now. So um so bullish price action is still in scope, but the question is how far are we going to go up? Are we going to take out this wick? Are we going to go into this area here, right? Or are we going to stop somewhere here? That's the question right now. How far are we going to go up? It's sort of become low probability now because, well, not really, but it's just too small. Let me put it this way. I don't have a clear edge in the sense of AMD and getting in, have a good position to get in at this point. Because it's just either 20 points, maybe 10 points, maybe. So for me, it's not worth the risk as a distribution trader. Let me put it that way. So it's just trickling up, trickling up, trickling up. Oh, are you in gold? Been in gold. What are you in a long or in a? I just don't like gold too much. I mean, did you take this entry here from the 79 all the way up in the long? Oh wow, you took this trade probably here at this level here, and then maybe got in somewhere here, or did you get in? What did you do with gold? Because you said last night, but is that this area then during London? Yeah, long. I would say the long, but did you take this level here, the London low? That's a pretty awesome trade. No, I just don't. For me, it's just like so much. I like fast trades, so for me, it's a little bit difficult time now with this slowness. Yeah. So I'm always inclined to think we're going all the way up here, but that means that we're going to go over the 15-minute breakout, and that's I said that before. That's confusing to me because I'm thinking a little bit. I'm married to that short bias a little bit. Looking at the monthly, but then again, we could go much higher first, and then we could go all the way up here. And we've got a very important level here as well, the midpoint between midnight and midnight, which makes sense. I'm actually inclined to think we're going all the way to 410 now. Gold was a confirmed long at 8 p.m. open. Okay. Yeah, I will look into. Oh yeah, you're going even here. Yeah, I got you guys. Did you take it as well, Bowser? Yeah, I sleep in Asia. Let me go to the 5-minute. It's much better too. Yeah, well, even at 6 o'clock, look at this one here. This rejection. This beautiful wick. Just beautiful. Yeah, this retest here, for me, yeah, 815 would have been a, what did I mark here? I don't know, but this is an important level. Can't remember. Wow, Bowser, did you take it? Did you take it from 8 o'clock? That is insane. If you manage to take that one, that will be. Look at that. And let's say if you miss that one, right? For example, then you have another entry right over here at 11 at quarter past 10. Your breaker retest. And if you miss that one, you have this one here. Just finalizing it's a market maker buy model, sell side, buy side. Is what your CISD. Many opportunities. If you don't take it from Friday, then you take it in Asia if you're awake. If not, you can take it in Asia again. You can take it in Asia again. I'm very negative to. You took it till midnight. Wow. You took it from 8 o'clock till midnight. Are you kidding? That is awesome. Could you post that in the Discord? People should see that trade. Would you like to post that, Bowser? Because that's an awesome trade. That is just magnificent. You said 8 o'clock, right? And your stop loss was below this point here? Below, probably below here somewhere. Wow, turbulence, nice, nice guys. Yeah, I've been, you know, I guess it's an excuse of mine to not look at gold because I'm just like, okay, you know what, I'm just gonna focus on, because I see this higher time frame constantly, these consolidation areas. But on the other hand, you have to look through them. Yeah, Turgalas, put it in the. I mean, I'd love to see those gold trades. And hey, listen, I've had my best trade on gold, 2 micros, and it was before I knew it, it was over $1,000. It was like it was a lot of points though, but it was like I was like, whoa, just 2 micros on gold. Even I mean, it's $20, right? On yeah, yeah. When you see something like this, and even though you have some consolidation, when you see a beautiful, a dealing range has been created, there's going to be it's going to go, it's still going to be a market maker model. And even on the lower time frame, I mean, yeah, I will journal it because I missed a lot of opportunities in gold. See how it failed to break a structure on the 5 minute. That's it. You mean to the downside? You mean here? Here, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, it is just going up, 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 and it just doesn't really goes back into a fair value gap, continues, goes over the first presented. Yeah. also here, for example, let me see. Yeah, yeah, a lot of opportunities there. I'm going to be more into gold again next year. I guess it's sort of like end of the year, and I'm like, okay, let me just focus on one thing now. But you see how this is difficult to trade right now, right? If it moves like this. 5-minute SMT with ES to the downside, yes. But 5-minute, well, we do have 15-minute SMT as well. So, but it's invalidated already. I think it's just a short. It'll move to the downside. I think there's still, I just don't know. Are we at 351? I wanted to see go 351. Scratch the 9. I think we're not done yet to the upside. Oh, we could be. Hold on. Did we tap into that? If it stops me out, it would be good. Yeah, I mean, if you have such a good entry, I mean, those are the trades you just want to take a little bit of risk, right? I totally get that. I think we still might hit the 351-ish. We could also go all the way up here, right? But it could take its time. It might also do that little last move up when the market opens at 9:30, right? So we're just gonna trickle up, go back and forth a little bit. I think it's gonna go up one more leg higher. Mm, Now, the best scenario would be that it stays below the midpoint of this breaker, right? If we're short. But I'm just sort of like looking at this this is the midpoint between midnight and midnight. That's sort of like an important liquidity level. And it's not that far. It's like less than 100 points away. But like I said, it would confuse me a little bit because then I'm like, if we go over the breaker, which has been performing as a breaker to the upside, if we're on the other side of the market maker model, we don't want to get over that breaker, right? So that's the only thing that I'm like, something is off. So, but I, but that price, well, we do have a gap here between these wicks and this wick here, so there's still a little opening left. But do we have to go there? No, we don't. But it's sort of like, oh, here we are. Hold on. Oh, no, we're not. But it's, and I see this event horizon here. Monday, I call it ping pong Monday. We tend to, if it's inside, if you're ranging, we ping pong a lot between the end walk, event horizon, end walk. Oh, I think there's something in my, I'm always like, what? Something in my room. And I don't know what. I don't see my cats, but there was something really weird under my bed. And every time I hear something now, it's just the wind. I'm like, oh, I mean, I'm like, something's gonna pop up or something. Like, oh no. I'm not really, nothing scares me very easily, but if I don't see it coming, I might get like a little spooked. Okay, I just want to see this 1 hour candle. So we hit this 1003, so we could go down from here, right? We also could tap into this one and then go up. There's so many possibilities, right? Okay, let's see, guys. Maybe it's time to just let it play out. I don't know if it's really going to give anything solid at the moment, because it's sort of like, I'm still looking at 351 level, but I'm also thinking it could reverse from here. But I do think these levels are still in play as well for some reason. But we could go down a little bit. You know, we could go into, let's say this one, 340, 545. We have another 15-minute candle here. Let me see on the 15. We are above that first presented fair value gap. So for example, we go, oh, we don't have a fair value gap, but we do have one here. Oof, are we gonna retest something? We have a few gaps here. Awake, so we could go into here before we go up, or we also just, we might go into consolidation again. There's so many ifs and thens, and just sort of low probability right now, because I just, you know, it's hard to, normally sometimes you just know exactly, okay, well, we are in this. This is an order block. But then the midpoint was 351, right? That had overlap with something. This one, this 50% level. Which is also, look at this one here. I don't know. I think there is more, just a little, another push to the upside. I think it's still, we could reject from here and then go down. But on the monthly, if we are bearish, I mean, it doesn't have to do it now, right? We could go slowly up, use the whole day to go up, right? So we can disrespect this one. We're just literally just if you look at the higher time frame, we're literally just consolidating in this range. So technically we've done nothing, just go back and forth if you look at it that way. So we finalized the market maker model, but you could just, on the 5-minute, this is just chop, most likely. Let's see. Did we chop in this area? Yeah. So you see we have chop here. We're going to get most likely chop here again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we could go into, we sort of had that already. Up again. We're going to take out this liquidity. Yeah, I think we're going to go higher, right? I have to let go of that bearishness for now, because look, we're not going below the first presented on the 1 minute. We have liquidity here equals, which is exactly below the event horizon. So that is very strong signature. We've got a little gap here. So I would say I think this level is in play, but it's just so slow. I think the event horizon is on the menu. I use that a lot when we're above an end walk, we're out the end walk, and then I call it ping pong Monday and Tuesday. It's ping ponging between end walk, event horizon, and if we go over this one, then this one is in play. But either we reject here, and we go back into the range, or we're going to go back to another end walk. It's all possible. It was something that would be good with it. I did do a trade last night on my prop firm account. I did okay with my entries, but I trailed my stop loss too tight and go so. Hey, listen, that is what I'm struggling with as well. So I grew. I think this year was the time that I really grew into my larger trades, like taking the distribution trades, and that's something I think that I started doing. I think 6 months ago that I really got better, and I've hardly trade any trades below 50 points anymore. But comes a new problem, trailing my stop too fast. So it's like an 8-hour trade, and then I get stopped out. Sometimes I get stopped out at a 2-hour trade, for example, a 4-hour trade. Now it's a luxury problem, but then again, that is sort of like something like, hey, what the F? It's an 8-hour trade. So and it still goes to target, but then because it's a longer trade, I don't know what happens in the brain. And then when I look into hindsight, I'm like, how could I do that? Because normally, if I would look at that, that would be an entry point for me. And I see clearly, like, okay, it would have, it makes sense that it would go there, for example. But I then throw it too fast to that point. I do get in again, so I still have my 8R, but it's sort of like in 2 trades then. So you put on extra risk again, right? Instead of that 1 trade. So that's something that I'm working on as well. I mean, I don't know if it's, yeah, so also my entry then is really good and my TP is good, but it's just then the stop loss. And I think it has to do with getting not nervous, but sort of like that you want to, I think it's my impatience. I want the trade to be over so you have your profit, right? So I guess it's giving it more room, but then again, you might lose a little bit more if it doesn't work if it doesn't get going your way. But yeah, exactly. You need to have your well, that's why I like the so with funded next, there's no consistency rule on the legacy if you're funded, and there's no and there's no consistency rule on the rapid on the evaluation side. So you have to have both. So you can either swap around with the two if you use funded next. That's why I like to use them. But yeah, trading stop. I mean, it's a psychological thing a little bit as well, I think. But yeah, every time you improve with something, there's a new issue you have to work on. You're never done working on yourself. And for me, it's just always impatience. That same thing with the trading the stop too fast. It's just impatience. Now that's why people ask me, are you paper trading? Yes, I paper trade a lot. And I'm not ashamed of it. I feel very comfortable doing it. And I'm always very open about it because I can practice. It's how I didn't do it today, but normally I do my first 2 trades always paper trades. So am I reading the market properly? Am I in tune? Do I need more coffee? Sometimes you're just off, and your analysis can be on, but your execution is shit. It's really weird, and I never Hey, paper, there's nothing wrong with paper trading. Anyone who tells you that, they can F off. I mean, I don't care. If you are here and you're, oh, you're paper trading, I'm like, oh my God, is someone going to tell me, hey, if you can learn from paper trade, I mean, why would you care about paper trade or not? If I go over a setup and go over the logic behind the setup, it shouldn't even matter, right? I think it shouldn't even matter. But for some people, it matters. And I think for those who matter, I guess they're in for the wrong reason anyway. I just actually made a video about trolls, by the way. I think it's sort of funny. I think it's a form of trolling, because I don't see the difference if someone will paper trade. If it's live, it's I mean, it is different when it's in hindsight. I get that. That has no value because you already know where the market is going. But paper trading in live, why would that be a problem for anyone? Who cares? Who cares if I'm in 10 copy trades or if I'm just paper trading? I think I still should mention it as being a YouTuber and being the one doing the stream, and I always do that. But why would it make a difference, right? I mean, it's just for me really weird. I really don't care if someone paper trades. Yeah, I mean, it's how you learn. I mean, and sometimes I don't want to put my money on the line. I'm just like, you know what? I don't feel comfortable yet. I just want, and if it goes my way, I don't care. You know, you guys seen it. I'm like, okay, it's a win, but it's paper trade. Oh, good, I'm on tune, and then I have a monster trade in PM session or AM session. And paper trading is awesome to, you know, pretending to be almighty and know everything. That's the most stupidest thing you can do in trading. It is. You always have to be aware that you can be wrong, and you always need to be aware that you need to fine tune things. And for me, yeah, especially when I start the week, I really have to be, and I feel very comfortable also not taking a trade anymore. If I don't, like for now, this area is for me low probability because it couldn't go up, but it could also reverse here. Yeah, and even if you would try to pretend it's real, I mean, you know, what's the point? I mean, it's like, okay, yeah, so I have the paper trade, it's a win. And yeah, you know, I think a paper trade, real, if it's live, I have the same, for me, I don't backtest anymore because for me, I don't have the emotion, but I have the same, almost a paper trade is for me on live, just the same. Because I journal them the same. And if it's a win, I just feel the same as if it would be a live trade. And if it's a loss, I'm like, okay, I have to journal it, and I close the loop of. It helps me also to get better to deal with losses, you know. So yeah, exactly. That's the point. For me also, it's like you know, it's I do both, and sometimes I just paper trade to make sure that I'm on tune, and if I feel like okay, it's time to get into the market, I do it. And it's not about the money exactly. It's not about the because you know your trade will come, right? You have the confidence, like okay, and I'm just waiting for my large trades. I'm waiting for my distribution trades, and I need to practice those shorter trades as well. That's why I'm going over the breaker retest trade because I know people. I want people also to be able to take. I know if you just start out, you're happy with 10, 20 points. So that's why I think as a streamer, I should be able to do those trades as well. So I'll just go over them in paper trading and go over the breaker retest, and I show you guys like, okay, it's a retest, this is a breaker, we put our stop here, it's a 2-hour trade. You know, things like that. So, you know, but I have no shame. I have zero shame in paper trading. And if anyone has a problem with it, yeah, you can go elsewhere. I don't care. I will paper trade. And I hope everybody will paper trade. If, you know, and trade less with your own money unless you see your A plus setup. And trade your B plus and your C plus on paper, journal them, look into them, and you learn from them, right? So you don't want to put your money on the line. You want to learn, you trade your A plus setup and you practice your A, your B, and your C on paper until your A plus setup shows up and you attack. Less is more. You'll see your P&L grow. I can guarantee you that. Really. So we are proud here to paper trade. I think I should make, I'm going to make another t-shirt. Proud to paper trade. Ah, but live, not on, it has to be live, right? Yeah. What are we actually watching, guys? Are we, I think I'm just hanging out because I like you guys, but I'm actually thinking, like, is it maybe time to get some lunch here and just wait until the AM session and let it play out, see how far it goes? Now, I don't know, for those who don't put the event horizon on your chart, please do it, because you will, on days like this, we might ping pong between event horizon and N walks. But I do think we have still some N walks to mitigate. Let me see, do we have, it's a little bit hard to see now with all those. Let me go a little bit higher on the daily. It's hard to read. Oh my god, see, I think something's in my room all the time. I think I'm gonna be attacked by some animal or some creature. It's just a wind. You see this? Sell side, buy side, sell side. So this is done, 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 done. Ooh, I do see a little gap here on the, let me see this here. We don't have a gap here. This is new. Well, we went through it, but we lack buy side here. Keep this in mind, this little gap. I'm gonna mark this little gap on the daily. I wonder if we are going to, if that might be a target. Would you go up higher? Now, I'm very bearish, but maybe for later, maybe for next year. I don't know. I don't want it to go up there, but we've got so many wicks here. This is sort of nasty. All these wicks is all imbalances, right? This is all imbalances, and if we mark this wick here, oh, this is a, I didn't even see this one. Look at this one. Wow. I didn't even, why didn't I not see this one before? Am I blind? Wow. That was Thursday. That, are you kidding me? So, wow. Okay, I get you. Okay, I know now. Maybe I was a little bit too. Okay. Now I'm gonna go back to the monthly. Okay. So, are we gonna go back into this wick before we go further down? But not after December has closed. Damn, what are you gonna do? How's the weekly looking? Okay, are we gonna go to the, yeah, look at that. I mean, we're definitely going up into this wick. And we have another one here. Let me, I think we're going, yeah, I think we're going high. Yes, we're going into this. Yeah, look at that. This event horizon is on the menu, definitely. It's in between these two here. I guess we are above this 50%. Well, let's see. I can tame animals. What's the event horizon? Okay, so the event horizon is the midpoint. Let me show you on the lower time frame. Let's go back. All those wicks, I'll get rid of them because we don't need them. It's gonna disrespect them. Okay, so the event horizon is, so you have an end walk here and an end walk here. You see that? End walk, end walk. This is the, so an end walk is just a gap, right? So end walk is just the gap between 5 when the market closes at 5 and when the market opens at 6. The end walk is the week, so Friday to Sunday open. The end dog is the same, but then from Monday to Tuesday, Tuesday on Wednesday, Wednesday on Thursday. So we only call the weekly one the end walk, and the daily ones, that is not the weekly ones, is the end dog. So they're basically the same. But I tend to only use the end walks unless I see for example, an end dog that has no really lags buy side or sell side. Then I put it on my chart. But I try to avoid the end dogs on my chart because the end dog is daily and the end walk is only weekly, right? So, but both of them have an event horizon, which means the midpoint of an end walk. End walk, because it's a gap, is also a point of liquidity, or it's actually an imbalance that needs to be balanced out. But the midpoint can be considered a point of liquidity. So for some reason, it's algorithmic. Price is navigated to, so once you get over an end walk, you look for your event horizon. You can automate it, by the way, so you can just use end walk EH from 2 degrees, but there are other ones from kryptonite. Now I must say the kryptonite doesn't show the event horizon for some reason, but this one, for example, end walk EH, show event horizon, that's right over here. But you have to be aware, if you go down a lot, for example, and there's old end walks, you have to put them on your chart. So sometimes if you have like a large drop, you have to increase your number of end walks to get your event horizon. So for example, if I go back to 12, I might miss a few end walks here, so then it doesn't show my event horizon, right? So, but the event horizon, literally you can see it as a point of liquidity where price is drawn to, and your end walks are just, consider them gaps that needs to be rebalanced. But opens and both the bottoms and the tops are also just points of liquidity. You will see that they get you know, and for example here you can see it beautifully here now. You know, price, we actually consolidated below the 50% and we expanded above the 50%, right? You can see that now in hindsight, obviously, but it's always good to look in hindsight because you start recognizing things at some point. There's no shame in going over, and you know, sometimes I don't see things while I'm trading or while I'm looking at it and talking, but now sometimes when you go over it afterwards, you see the logic and like, okay, let's see, maybe we are consolidating below it, and the first candle that you see go over it and close, and then you know, okay, maybe it's now time for the expansion. That was at 4 o'clock, right? The first move, and now we have a most likely continuation. Let's have a look at the 4 hour. Okay, beautiful 4 hour continuation distribution candle. Not an easy one though, but hey, look here. I mean, you know, doesn't it get any cleaner than this, guys? Now it's in hindsight, I know, looking, but once it's forming, you can't see because it goes back and forth on the 4 hour, right? You understand that this price has been going below it first and then it goes up above it. But it opened at 2. Then we had, it's like trading the power of 3. This is how I trade the 10 o'clock. I wait for the 10 o'clock and then I want to get in this wick. But actually I want to do the same on the 2 a.m. literally. But I'll take more time in London because I just start. But this is what you want to do. You want to get into this trade. Remember when I said when it hit this little volume imbalance? That should have been the entry. But then again, I was not sure it would I thought it would go down into this wick, to be honest. In all honesty, I didn't see this happen. But then again, look here how algorithmic it is. The body here is below 50%. Here we have we make the manipulation wick, and then we have the distribution. So this is, I guess, AMD, right? AMD. I didn't see it. I did not see, as a distribution trade, I did not see it properly. It was hard to see. I mean, sometimes you just don't see it. But let me try to see it properly as an AMD trader. You suck at AMD today, my friend. But this is then the AMD. Yeah, but I didn't see the manipulation move because it's part of, for me, it's just part of the consolidation. So that's why I always struggle a little bit. But it could also be, when I'm wrong, this could also be, this is the manipulation move. So we'll see later on. Let me calculate something. Because I've made mistakes with that sometimes, and I'm like, oh no, wait, it was the manipulation move and not the distribution. Let's take this as the entry. Most of the times when I don't see AMD, it is because we're forming the manipulation, but it's always difficult to see it now because I still don't see it properly, but it is a 4-hour distribution, but it could also be forming the manipulation. So we'll see it in the end of the day. We'll go over it again. I want to do I love tape reading, guys. I can do this for hours, just also not being in a trade. And I can see that you guys hanging out as well, that you have that, you're also nerds just like me. I just love going over charts and just learning and just getting better at it. And I also don't mind not being in a trade. Okay, let's see. Now, if this is the manipulation, how far up are we going to go? This is 1.25. I'm just looking, where's the event horizon? Look here, guys. It's around 1.50. Okay. And look where it is. You know, this is a point where price could reject again. I'm going to take this breaker off because this sucks. This is not, I mean, maybe it was wrong. Maybe it's just going to fool me while it wasn't moving properly. So, yeah, I do like this area. We're above the 0.5 already. We're either going to go 1.25, and then 1.5 somewhere here. Yeah, and I really like this because this is an area where you could, you know, it always goes back into those wicks. And it makes sense, right? Oh, and always mark the first presented fair Monday's AM session. I think, Bowser, you also use the first presented fair value gaps, right? Because you mentioned them quite a bit as well. The AM session, I mean. You see this here? Oh, look at that. The 2.5 matches exactly with the 0.5. Isn't that just funny? And look where it also adds up. Do you see that, guys? You see this little end walk here? Okay. Now, you see 2.5? It's in the area of this end walk as well. So the moment we do get over this event horizon and we start going over this opening price, this will be the next target. So if you use the 0.38, and that could be enough sometimes for a reversal or a retracement, but so we might likely have a reaction here. So it doesn't have to go higher sometimes. But if we go over this, then this is in play. 2.5 with the 0.5. Isn't that a coincidence? Near an end walk as well. So And then we even have another end walk. So the moment we get over this end walk, we might get to this end walk. Let's see where 4 is. Ah, isn't that amazing? 4 standard deviation is exactly the midpoint of another end walk. Interesting. But yeah, I guess we have to see, right? Yeah, I mean, there's no edge for me right now, guys. I mean, it's just either trickling up and I just don't know where to enter. It's not really, it's too slow. We need either to go to a point and then reverse. I think maybe we have to just wait till the open. I do want to point out something again. Look at the 90-minute. I just want to see. I really like this area as well, because this is for me a very, you see this area here? This is for me like, I love these algorithmic signatures. A flat bottom with a wick next to it, with the settlement price here at the bottom. So I wonder if we're going to get a low resistance liquidity run to this area today or maybe tomorrow. It might be in Asia. The time it formed. But this is for me, I mean, this probably, I probably will miss this trade, but I like this area a lot. So once I start going to the downside, this is on my radar, definitely. I think we were just waiting for the contract change at New York Open. McLovin's, yeah, but I just checked the, yeah, so we have to check the data. That's a good one because now it is still, let me double check. I still have them here. If I look at the volume on the December contract on NQ, let me just see if it's still the same because we have some more data now. Then, yeah, it's still 760,000 on December contract and only 89,000 on the March contract. So I really want to see the one exceed the other before I change. But let's see after the New York Open. I think maybe today and tomorrow it might be still, there's more volume on the, but yeah, it will go lower very quickly. We'll see. It's already increasing on the March. It's already over 31,000 and minus 24,000 on the December. But I'm not changing until the volume exceeds on the March. So I might not change it before Wednesday or more tomorrow, but we'll see. I'm keeping an eye on it. Thank you guys for pointing that out because I wouldn't totally forgot about that. So isn't the contract change officially Thursday or is it Friday? I'm not sure. Well, I'll keep an eye on it for sure. But yeah. Do you guys have any questions before I let you go? There's not much I can do right now because I just need to, I do think we're going to go to the event horizon, but it's just taking its time. So that's right over here. Sort of close, right? So Monday is Ping Pong Monday. It's Wednesday? Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Bowser. I think Ping Pong Monday is in play, guys. So it might be an inside day because we've got this large wick, right? We had quite some movement. So even though it's an inside day, this is for me my roadmap. The end walk, event horizon, and obviously we'll have our opening range gap as well that I use. So that gives me my playing, my area of play. So, but I need speed. I need something more than this because this is just, I'm just falling asleep. Yeah, it's just boring. So, yeah, so no more questions. Let me just double check. Nothing. McLovens. Oh, you'll do the same. Yeah, I keep an eye on the. Well, actually, I don't really trade. I do trade on my trade of date. It is actually on my prop firm. Let me just double check. Sometimes they do it automatically. That's a good one. Let me double check. Where did they put it on? Because I know that they used to automate it. I'm on the Z still. Okay. I'm still on the M. Yeah, I will trade my prop firms. I'll just have. I think they don't they change it automatically. They give you a message, right, that you need to change it. Yeah. Okay. We'll have to keep an eye on it. Even though I chart on the continuous though here, but I do have a lot of tabs open with other data, which is the monthly, and it's sort of a lot of work all the time because I have a lot of data that I need to transfer. A lot of work. But anyway, no problem. We'll do it because we love it, right? We love the market. Okay, well, guys, no questions, so I will let you go. It's time to touch some grass. Well, no, we love complications, Tregurius. We don't like it too boring. So, I mean, we like complication, but we like to understand the complication so we can benefit from it. Yeah, there's not much to share right now anyway. It's just slow. It's moving but slow in a direction, and we just wait until we have some more speed and fun. Okay, I'll see you guys later today. I wish you a very pleasant day so far, and thank you for the compliment, Tiberius. I love sharing anyway, and I love hanging out with you guys. So I'll see you guys later. Enjoy and touch some grass also if you can. If you're in the possibility, just enjoy. Well, you guys, if you're in Europe, it's winter, but if you're not, well, it's also nice to have a nice walk, right? So it's always good. So I'll see you guys later. Ciao, ciao.